Hello. I'd like to welcome you all to ITri presentations in 2022. Yeah. Obviously, it's been a journey over the past several years of whether we're able to do these, how many people were able to get together, and so it's nice to be here at the Ardris and doing them all together as a community, having the full student body here. One of the things we began the conversation with the faculty about, like, well, should we have some remote, some here, and pretty quickly and uniformly we were like, we need to get back together to having everybody see these, having our entire community together, because there's such a culmination of everything we do. So today you're going to see 8 students present to you. You're going to see 8 individual stories that they've created, individual studies that they've enacted. But while each one is going to stand in front of you as an individual, each one of them is representing a journey of many, many people. When we think of the elementary years, helping set them up, the family system they came from and still live within, their 6 to 7 years in general at the Sage School, all of the teachers that have been involved in that, all of the projects, the lessons, the places they've gone, all of the mentors they've worked with, the service they've done, all of those pieces have been part of that journey and are part of, yeah, you guys come on it, it's okay, are part of that journey of them figuring these key things out. I'm just back from visiting my daughter who's been at the Island School taking a semester down there, and it's made me reflect quite a bit on experiential education, which I'm proud to say I feel like we do quite well. But it also made me reflect on my own journey, and of course, really I want to talk about me, not them. So I started teaching in the outdoor world, and my first job was leading kids, and sometimes that was just 2 days at a time. They'd come to a camp that I would be teaching at, and I'd have them for 2 days and get some experiences with them and send them back, and the next 2 days be another group, and you just move them through. And but even in those moments, there were moments where you'd have a group of kids around a fire ecology lesson, and you'd see something that they would connect with. You'd have this surprise lesson that would intrigue you, a different bird visiting or something that shocked you and the kids. And then, I led different trips up to 30 days, 40 days in the backcountry, and all of a sudden you get a longer experience and more in-depth experience with the kids. When I was with my daughter, she was there for 100 days, or will be there for 100 days, and that's an even longer experience. And all of that is powerful and incredible. And most of those structures are set up so you go, you have this experience, and then you return to your normal life, whatever that is. And in the many conversations that helped start the school between Harry and I, one of the conversations was about, should we be a semester program? Should we be, just a time where kids from all over the country could come together and be here and dive into this local ecosystem? And after many thoughts and many evolutions of that discussion, we were both very clear that, nope, we wanted to work with these kids in this valley, and we wanted them for the whole of adolescence. So now the journey they're on that we've had them with is 7 years long. So not 2 days, not 30 days, not 100 days, but 7 years. And when you add all that together, it's roughly about 10,000 hours, which has been quoted as being a time of developing expertise. And of course, what do they develop expertise in? And for us as a school, we have what I like to call now the 3 doors. There's a sense of self, there's community responsibility, and there's a sense of place. And while each one of them might not feel expert at all 3 of those, or maybe even one of those at this point, they've deeply immersed themselves in those worlds, and they have pondered those. And you'll hear those messages today, that sense of self, that sense of place, that sense of community responsibility. And each one might take a slightly different dive into one phase or the other, but all of that becomes the curriculum and has been the curriculum for these past 7 years for them. And I'll say, standing in the past couple of days, and it's been an emotional week. There's been some challenges. There's been a few tears, some of them mine, some of them theirs, some of them maybe at home. But pulling together this presentation is a lot of work. It takes the culmination of like, oh, we spent 4 weeks doing this research paper and come up with this 10-page thesis paper and all the research and the books and the quotes, and then all of a sudden you go in the field and you've designed this whole experience, and how did they relate? Do they relate? Can I make them relate? Or I thought it was this and it turned out to be that. And so those emotional roller coasters and trying to piece together and find that sense of, that thread of the story, that unifying sense of, self, place, community, those sorts of things come forward. But that work is not without its nose to the grindstone and some challenges along the way. So you'll hear lots of thank yous today, I hope, for folks that represent those phases along the way. But the other thing you'll see today, a tradition we started a couple of years ago, and realizing that we've got 7 years worth of photos on most of these guys. We'll take a little trip down memory lane for each of them. And as we're seeing, cute little photos of them back in 6th grade, the other thing I want you to pay attention to as you're seeing these slides is also realizing the number of experiences they've had. In the photos today, you'll see all sorts of different projects. You'll see all sorts of different service. You'll see all sorts of different environments they've been in. And all of that has been part of this journey, part of this thread along the way to help them piece together this larger story. And those different locations, different projects, different themes all help pull those things together. And in the middle of it, there's 8th and 9th graders here who are about to go on a big day of birding tomorrow. Some of us meeting at 4:30 tomorrow morning. And also the 10-11 just finished a feast. The 6-7 is working on their ancient Chinese inventions. And so each of those phases is pretty easy to get sort of down in the weeds. And all of a sudden like, oh, this is so big, this is so hard. And then as you step back a little bit and see how all the pieces fit and how all the pieces come together to help shape each kid is something that, we in the senior class feel pretty privileged to be able to sit back and look at these things. We've talked about the senior year in many different ways, but one of the ways we've talked about it at Sage is kind of a finishing school. And I feel just from the journey, even from the beginning of this year to today, the steps each one of them has taken from that first college? What? Me? I'm not ready. To ITri. What, are you kidding? How am I gonna design that? What am I gonna do? To be sitting here now today, all of that behind them with one last little hurdle of a little presentation they're gonna give is exciting stuff. So, again, thank you all for coming. Those of you who are watching the live stream, thank you for being there. With that, we're going to start our embarrassment phase. And so first up this morning is going to be Willa Laski. Yeah. So Willa's going to speak to you about climate change, but it wasn't always quite that clear. I'm sorry I don't have music for this. I couldn't figure out how to get 7 different sorts of music or 8 different sorts of music set up, but without further ado, Willa Laski.
Hello, everybody, and thank you all so much for being here. It really means a lot. On behalf of all of us seniors, I want to thank you for coming to see the culmination of our independent trimesters. It means so much to all of us. My name is Willa Laski, and I chose to take my independent trimester to study the renewable energy landscape in the West as it relates to finding solutions to the climate crisis. So climate change is something that I care about very deeply. I'm sure some of you guys can relate to this. I sort of feel like I have this nagging underlying feeling of guilt about climate change, as though I'm sort of complicit in the crisis. And so I thought, what better time than this independent trimester to just jump in and address that in sort of a solutions-oriented way, which is how I landed at the world of renewable energy. So throughout my field phase, I spent my time, go to the next slide. I spent my time learning how to code, which would eventually prepare me to learn about the world of energy modeling, which I'll get into in a little bit. I also spent my time reading books from Western environmentalists about the climate crisis in the West, and I toured local renewable energy facilities. I spent a lot of time in nature, connecting to my sense of place and really reflecting on why all of this matters to me, because saving the natural world is important to me. And then I finished my project by writing an essay that journaled my reflections on hope and the climate crisis, and you can find that out in the gallery. So, in my research phase, I landed in the world of decarbonization. And essentially what I mean by that is I focused my research on the effects of climate change, and solutions-wise, that brought me to the world of the idea that we need to decarbonize our energy system as well as many other systems. So after studying the effects of climate change, I realized that to prevent further climate crisis, we have to decarbonize. Essentially, that means all current human systems, from energy, which is what I focused on mainly, but also agriculture and transportation and industry. Those all currently emit carbon. They're contributing to greenhouse gases that are in the atmosphere and creating climate change. And so if we are going to prevent further crisis, we're going to have to stop emitting carbon in all of those sectors. So if I could sum up my research in a couple of quotes, they would be that 3/4 of global greenhouse gas emissions result from burning fossil fuels for energy, and limiting the atmospheric greenhouse gas concentration would require decarbonization of the global energy system in the 21st century. So essentially what I want you to get out of that is just that net zero carbon emissions are completely necessary if we are to reverse the effects of climate change. So that research brought me to my thesis, which is, in order to create a more sustainable energy system, the US must decarbonize it, which will require challenging assumptions about Americans' relationship with energy, utilizing models, and investing in infrastructure that can support a cleaner energy future. So then I was able to jump into my field phase. I toured local renewable energy facilities like the Twin Falls Dam with Idaho Power in Twin Falls. I also took a virtual tour of the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in Colorado. I learned to code so that I could prepare myself for the energy modeling section of my project, which we'll get to in a bit. I learned to use the Julia coding language, which was what the models I worked with uses, but I also took a Python online coding class just to sort of grasp the big concepts of coding because I had never done it before. Then I just spent time in the local landscapes that I've grown up loving to reflect on why the climate crisis is so important to me and to sort of connect back to my sense of place. Then I jumped into the energy modeling phase of my project, and I'm sure a lot of you guys are wondering, what on earth is energy modeling? So essentially, energy models are computer-generated models that help us interpret data and predict the impacts of policies and incentives, predicting the impacts on what they might do to the overall energy landscape. Even with that explanation, you guys still might be confused. I was confused a lot during this project. So if I can just kind of give an example of what a researcher in the world of energy modeling, what kind of questions they might be seeking to answer. Just going to provide an example of, say a company is going to go out and build a new energy facility. These researchers are trying to ask, how would different government laws or policies impact this company's ability to do so? Would different policies encourage the company to build a wind farm instead of a coal plant? Those are the kind of questions that I was trying to answer out throughout my project. So I worked with mentors in the Zero Lab at Princeton University. Zero Lab stands for Zero Carbon Energy Solutions Research Optimization Lab. And these are a bunch of grad students and professors and employees who are working to use mathematical models to map out what a clean energy future is going to look like in the US. And I was able to do sort of a small scale version of that. The Zero Lab is headed by Dr. Jesse Jenkins. He's a professor at Princeton, and he is the person who created the Gen X modeling software that the lab uses. So essentially, the Gen X model is an open source model that I was able to use on my own computer, and it takes into account tons of variables, tons of data sets, looks at really complex issues, and helps us map out how different government policies can impact our clean energy future. So I was able to run models on my own MacBook computer. It was a little bit overwhelming for my computer, but it ended up working out. I was looking at 12 different scenarios that I'll get into in a second, but I was essentially looking at 12 different government policies, and I mapped out, using my computer, I mapped out how they would impact the overall energy landscape. I looked at just the West Coast, sort of to simplify it. I looked at a single zone of energy production in the West that encompassed Idaho, Montana, Washington, Oregon, Utah, Wyoming, and northern Nevada. The data I used came from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. I was looking at making predictions for the year 2035, and I would run each model. Once again, there were 12, and it would take my computer around 1.5 to 2 hours, which is very stressful to watch, but I'll show you guys a video in a second. But essentially, these are the 12 different policy scenarios that I was looking at. If this doesn't make a lot of sense, that's totally okay. But essentially, these are economic incentives that governments here in the West could implement to impact the energy industry. So the first one I looked at was just sort of a control scenario with no policy, which is currently what Idaho has with regards to clean energy. But then I also looked at production tax credits, which are just a dollar amount per megawatt hour of electricity generated that is given as a credit if that electricity is clean. I looked at investment tax credits, which is kind of similar in that it's a percentage cost reduction that can be given as an incentive to someone going out to build a clean energy facility. So once again, back to that wind farm scenario, if that company decides to build the wind farm instead of the coal plant, they're going to get a certain percentage cost reduction when they start to build. Then I looked at clean energy standards. Clean energy standards are essentially a requirement or a standard that can be set by the government that requires a certain percentage of total electricity generation be clean. So currently in Idaho, we're running around 70% clean energy, just with no policy. So you can imagine what an 80% or a 90% clean energy standard would look like. And then, of course, an 100% clean energy standard is a completely decarbonized carbon-free energy economy. Then I looked at carbon taxes, which are just dollar amounts that are taxed on every ton of CO2 that an energy production facility might emit. And then last but not least, I looked at carbon cap and trade. And that's just a percentage that would be given as a standard, like you have to take away this percentage of your current carbon emissions. Once again, that's in tons. In the coming year, you have to reduce this by this much. So I was able to, using the coding information that I had already gotten, I was able to do all of this on my computer. With the help of my mentors, I would download these models, then I would put them in the coding terminal, and this is what it looks like. Oh wait, first, this is just kind of before I show you guys what it looks like, because it looks a little bit crazy, and you're like, what does this all have to do with climate change? So I just want to go back to that example of the wind farm. These are kind of the questions that these researchers are seeking to ask when they're making these models. Which of these policies could the government enact to have the most influence on the production of clean energy? Which policy would cost producers the least or the most? Which policy would demand the biggest decrease in carbon emissions? So those are kind of questions that we're seeking to ask when we look at all of these different scenarios. So this is what it would look like. Pretty crazy. This is a screen recorded video. 10 out of 12 of these scenarios ran successfully. Once again, it took about 1.5 to 2 hours, but the 2 carbon cap and trade scenarios did not run successfully, so this is just a video of them because it's a lot quicker. But this is the 66% carbon cap scenario. This is what all of them looked like. I had to do a little bit of debugging using my coding information that I had already gotten earlier in the project to prepare each model, and then the debugging that I was able to do made it work for 10 of them, but these carbon cap and trade scenarios have pretty significant bugs in them, so you'll see that I'm about to arrive at an error. But I wasn't able to fix this in time, but it still kind of gives you a good idea of what my computer would look like. I was really worried my computer was going to explode. But Essentially, we're about to arrive at the error. Essentially, right now, what my computer is doing is setting up the virtual environment to run the model. Technically, the model hasn't even started yet, and we're going to arrive at the error before it would start. But in the rest of my scenarios, we'd get to this point, and then another like 2 hours of modeling would happen. And then I would arrive with a results folder downloaded onto my computer. And there we have the error. So that's kind of an idea of what it would look like. So all of my scenarios and all the models I ran generated like numerous data sets full of results, and they were pretty hard to interpret. And once again, this is like a simplified version of everything that I was able to do, so you can imagine how much more complex it can get in the Zero lab with the scenarios they're running. But essentially, I just wanted to sort of take a couple of data sets that I like to look at and I think are easier to understand. So the red graph represents total, like out of total energy generation, how much of that energy, once again in the year 2035, would be clean. The green graph represents total annual cost that energy producers would have to pay in a year based on each scenario. Once again, the scenarios are policies. And then the blue graph looks at total carbon emissions in tons in the calendar year 2035. And that might be a little bit hard to explain or to understand. The bars represent each scenario I ran through. And I think one easy way to look at it is to look at the 100% clean energy standard, just because that's an easy policy to understand. Essentially, that is a government deciding that 100% of our energy going forward must be produced in clean ways. So if you look at the cost graph, that's clearly going to cost producers the most. And then if you look at the total carbon emissions graph, you're looking at, once again, zero carbon emitted. And then if you look at that no policy on the other side of that graph, you're looking at that being the most carbon emitting of the scenarios. So if you can kind of use those as reference points to understand the rest of those graphs, I think that that can be a little bit helpful. So I just want to zoom out a little bit because we just got in the weeds with the energy modeling quite a bit. But as for the models, I'd like to say that ultimately they don't predict the future. They're just simply a tool in this fight against climate change. And it's not about the outcomes they predict down the line, but about what we choose to do now in the current moment with the information they've given us. So I always think it's important to zoom out. The models are complex, but they're not about answering all of our questions now. They're about guiding us towards new questions and about challenging the insights and assumptions we have about how we use energy in the present moment. And in the end, why do we spend time predicting the future on a planet we don't love enough to save? Collectively, finding connection to the natural world will help us save it from ecological collapse. And I think that that's where my project really comes full circle. I like to say that there's room for all of us in this fight against climate change. Obviously, I have found a very specific, pretty nerdy avenue in the academic world of sustainability, but this was just one way to get involved. The issue of climate change is endlessly complex, and I've just scratched the surface in researching a decarbonized energy system. Action-wise, we all know what it takes to save the planet, but what ends up being the most important aspect of this is our desire to do so. As long as we maintain everlasting hope and a profound love for the natural world, we can save the planet from ourselves. My message to all of you ultimately is to maintain hope, to nurture your love for the natural world, and to use your unique passions and skills to get involved in this fight. And that's kind of where my project ends and where our future begins. So thank you guys so much for listening. I'd like to extend a special thank you to all of my teachers for helping me along with this project, and also to my mentors at the Zero Lab, most notably Sam and Wilson, for helping me create the models and run them. I wouldn't have been able to do it without them, and I learned so much. Thank you guys. So I know that everybody woke up early to get through the traffic and is tired and then just got hit first thing with a lesson about energy modeling. So does anyone have any questions? Julie.
Willa, it's so clear how much you gained and understand from that. It's remarkable. So much of what you did was based on policy changes.
Mm-hmm.
Were you sensitized at all to become a policy maker?
Yeah, the question was about how much of the energy modeling I did was surrounding policy and if that's an interest of mine for my future, something I would want to get into. I would say potentially yes. I think one of the things that I was more interested in was just the concept of economic incentives and their impact on the energy landscape. And so I think I could see myself going down that road of economics a little bit more, just because the research aspect of it was really fascinating to me. But yeah, the policy side of it is really cool too. And once again, like, I think that I learned in this project that there are a lot of ways that we can turn this around and reverse the effects of climate change, but those policies are really important in all of that. So we do need to get involved and make that happen. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you drew any conclusions about the best path to follow from your different scenarios. Like
Yeah, yeah.
Carbon credits.
Mm-hmm. So the question is about which of the policy scenarios I looked at, if I was able to draw any conclusions about which are the most effective. And I would say that the ones that sort of pleasantly surprised me were those incentives, things like the tax credits, the production tax credits and the investment tax credits, just because I think those are sort of a softer way for Western states to sort of ease into energy production, to clean energy production, and as opposed to like an 100% clean energy standard, which is obviously what I would want. But that would take a long time and be really expensive. And so I think slowly incentivizing companies to go that direction is a really successful way to get that done as well. And I just want to say, I did learn a lot about the energy makeup and the electricity makeup of the West. And the West is pretty innovative and has a lot of hydropower access. So we are Idaho is one of the top 3 cleanest energy producing states in the country. So we are going in the right direction. I just think a little bit of a nudge in an economic way would help a lot. Any other questions? Yeah?
Why did you choose Julia coding, and how does that compare to other countries?
Yeah, so I did not choose Julia coding. The Gen X model runs in Julia. That's the language that they've created the model in. They told me that it's a little bit of a smaller coding language, not as well known as Python or R, which is why I wanted to get that Python experience too. But Julia is apparently just really fast and it's really reliable. Even though it's smaller, they found it to be the best fit for creating the Gen X model, which is, I think the Gen X model was opened up in 2014, so it's pretty new. And yeah, Julia is just what they use. Maggie, and then I'll go to Cynthia.
I know that you put up a slide about your time in nature, and I just wanted to hear a little bit more about that and where you went and if you did come to any conclusions about your connection to place.
Yeah. So I tried to, my project was very local, so I tried to make it about places that have mattered to me throughout my life. So I went back and visited a bunch of different field study sites, and I also just spent time in the natural world behind my house. I live down in Bellevue, and directly behind my house I have access to a lot of public lands that I've just grown up loving, and I think I probably could have made my ITri about public lands management also. But it was a good way for me to sort of get out of the house and get off of that virtual coding stuff. And so I got to spend time in the natural world and sort of reflect on how I've seen it change throughout my life in ways that could be traced to climate change. And I think that was an important way for me to like look and to journal. And then the other avenue was just like, how have these places impacted my life? And is there some reason that I am more inclined to learn about climate change because of my love for the natural world? And if that's the case, then we need more people to be doing that, so that more people have a deeper connection to sense of place and want to save the world. So I think that was a cool connection to make at the end, was just that the access I have to the natural world might be why I want to save it so much. And I hope that more people will too. Cynthia?
I actually have 2 more questions. One, I just was curious what the other 2 states, you said Idaho was the 3rd.
I think Vermont, and I don't remember the second.
And then I'm just wondering in your research if you came across any mitigation as sort of opposed to solution with climate change.
Yeah.
Even drawdown or carbon sequestration, and how you see that playing a role in combination with
Right.
the solutions that you
Yeah, I didn't look a lot into the world of carbon sequestration, but I hope this can answer your question a little bit. In my thesis, you guys might have seen like that we're also going to have to challenge our assumptions about our relationship with energy. And this was an idea that I dove into a lot in my research and less in my field phase. But I'm looking obviously at a lot of like technological solutions and just more of the same, like more just progression in the direction of technology and in terms of how humans are going to save ourselves. And so I wanted in my research to sort of go the other direction and look at, is that the right way to look at this issue? Because that's how we've come upon this issue. So perhaps a real societal change needs to happen, and maybe we just need to be using less energy. Maybe energy isn't an infinite resource. And that's something that I looked at a lot in my research, and I find it really fun to think about. But that's not really the direction the Zero Lab is going, and that would take a really collective reckoning to change the way we think about how we consume. Yeah.
I don't normally ask questions, but I wanted to think about, you saying Idaho is high in clean energy, but in terms of that, that includes dams. You spent time in 8-9 looking at the effect of salmon, which wouldn't be accounted for in your, clean energy. So I'm wondering how you reflect on both of those systems coming together.
Chris asked me the damn question. So yeah, I toured the Twin Falls Dam with Idaho Power. Idaho Power is super pro dam. The people who work at the dam love the dam, and they will tell you that no fish are harmed in the production of the dam or the use of the dam, which I did ask. But essentially this is just a personal opinion, the way I like to think about it, I'm looking at a really existential issue. I'm looking at the fate of humans on our planet, and I think that decarbonization-wise, we've got to turn this ship around, and either way, the way we're doing it right now, we're facing, like the way that we are emitting carbon right now, the world is facing ecological collapse, and the salmon are kind of doomed either way. So I kind of look at it in a big picture kind of way. Hydro is really, really cheap, it's really reliable, and it is technically clean, it's classified as clean. And I think that using hydropower can help us sort of buy more time on that path to decarbonization, help us sort of turn around this sort of path towards ecological collapse, and then our technologies are only going to continue to get better as long as we give ourselves time to fix them, and then we can save the fish after that. I don't know. That's kind of a personal opinion answer. I don't know what the science says on that, but yeah. One question more.
It seems that the outputs of the models have a lot to do with the inputs that are put in. So how do the modelers go about figuring out the inputs?
That is a really fascinating aspect of my project that I learned about and that I wrote about in my thesis paper. There's a quote that I used in my thesis paper that has to do with the idea that there's so much judgment involved in the world of modeling that the outputs we receive and the results we receive are sort of a blend of art and science, or maybe neither art nor science. That's kind of how the quote goes, and I think that's really fascinating. I think that though this may seem like hardcore math and science and coding and the computers are generating these, the computers are just tools we've sort of created that are extensions of the human brain, and so obviously there's going to be bias there. And so I think that's just a really fascinating way to look at the world of energy modeling, and I'm sure it's something that researchers like the ones at the Zero Lab are constantly conscious of, but it is really fascinating to think about. Thank you, guys.
So one of the things I love teaching at the Sage School about is that we're going to hear two different presentations, both of which refer to relationship with nature and community responsibility. But let's say they take very different takes on it. So Lila's going to give us a very different take. But again, before we go down that road, let's have a little look back at Lila's journey. Whoops. I don't know what happened there. That's just a sneak preview of what's coming next. Lila Fenn.
As Chris said, my project took a different turn than Willa's previous one about math, science, and climate change. However, I was also looking about community, self, and place. I started by looking at the Sage School mission. Sage School mission says that the Sage School creates a thriving environment for students through a challenging, authentic curriculum, centered on human ecology and engaging experiences designed specifically to promote self-awareness, community responsibility, and a sense of place. Through this, I decided on what I wanted to study. I wanted to know how the community around food and the place around the natural world, and specifically the river, impact self. For the majority of my life, I have grown up in a miniature town in the middle of Idaho, not Haley, but Sunbeam, where there isn't even a year-round resident. Sunbeam has taught me to be the person I am today. Without it, I know that I would be a far less positive and happy person. All year long, I look forward to my summers, not because there isn't school, but because it is when I'm surrounded by the people I love most and the place that matters to me the most. This is the community around food and the place around the river. I always grew up around food, baking with my family and sharing the love of happiness with everything I made. Eventually, my family started a tiny cafe in Sunbeam. All summer long with my family, my mom, my aunt, and my grandma, I get to work making food and sharing the love that comes from that with the rest of the world. Through this, I have learned that food brings people together. And for me, while this is always bringing my family together, I have also learned that the best part is sharing that joy with the rest of the world. Next, I have always known that I love to be outside. For the entirety of my life, being in nature has been my happy place, and more specifically, being in the river. Incidentally, that is the other key aspect of my life in Sunbeam. Owning a rafting company and growing up on the river, I was always constantly playing in the water with my brothers. It's the element where I feel most at home in the world. It continues to be that today. My life in Sunbeam has always fulfilled me, and this is made by the community around food in the river. So, for my ITri, I designed my field study phase around a connection to community around food in the natural setting of the river impacts identity, and therefore I built my thesis around community and nature and their impact on individuals. My thesis was deep connection to community and nature is definitional to being human, while also being vital to identity formation and health. So I began by looking at what community really means. The root of the word community is common unity, meaning one thread that holds a group of people together, whether this is a thread that ties a family together or one that ties people in a job together. This common unity is the building block of each and every community. It is thus important to be a part of several communities. Each community teaches us something different about ourselves, and by being a part of multiple, we can connect to many threads in our lives and interact with many different people and groups. For my ITri specifically, I looked at the common unity in my life, which is food, and more specifically, baking. I also studied how being socially connected is a key to human life and always has been. As Matthew Lieberman says, being socially connected is our brain's lifelong passion. The need to connect socially with others is as basic as our need for food, water, and shelter. It's been baked into our operating system for tens of millions of years. And not only is our connection to the social world environments important, but the lack of that connection is detrimental to our health. As Quint Studer says, loneliness and social isolation can be as harmful as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. Needless to say, being socially connected is vital to human life, and it is a huge part of who we are. For me, the community that has always been a defining part of who I am is the community that is built around food and love for baking. The community you live in is part of who you are. Growing up and still in my life today, baking plays a huge role in how I connect with the people I love and the community of people that I share that love with. So, after studying the physical and mental benefits of community connection, I built my ITri in quest of finding a bakery to study the community that is created around food, which for obvious reasons brought me to Indiana. The Cake Bake Shop, located in Indianapolis, is run by a woman named Gwendolyn Rogers, who shares the love of food and connection to community that I do. And no, I didn't actually randomly find a bakery in Indiana. Gwen grew up learning to bake from my grandma. She was best friends with my aunt and fell in love with food from my family, just like I did. So I found this connection and went to work in her bakery in Indianapolis. When I first arrived, one of the first things she told me was, if it wasn't for your family, I wouldn't be here today. Our love for baking, both taught by the same woman and family, brought us together. And not only was I excited to learn about how my family influenced her career, but I was beyond excited to learn a new cooking environment and see what it was like to work in a high-production kitchen, unlike the one I was familiar to. I also wondered what it would feel like to jump into a fully new community with people I had never met in a place I'd never been. Aside from knowing how to bake, I had no clue what it would be like. The community of food that I come from is one that is extremely small, tight, and consists of very few people. Plus, my baking comes from a setting where, as you can see, we have limited power supply. There are uneven floors, barely the ingredients we need, and I have to make only one cake a week for it to sell in entirety. So, although we learned to bake from the same woman, traveling to Indiana was very unfamiliar. The magical and spectacular setting of the cake bake shop, where everything runs smoothly, functions like it should, was highly intimidating and also unfamiliar. However, it was also like stepping into a dream. Instead of one building with a crowded kitchen and only one oven like I was used to, the cake bake shop has 3 floors. There's the dining room, and then the savory kitchen where the food for the restaurant is made. Below that, there's the production kitchen where they make cakes. And then there's office space in a ginormous warehouse where they ship cakes to all 50 states every day. And instead of the one cake a week program that I was used to, they make 300 a day in one of their 2 shops. Needless to say, I was in awe. Also, I was nervous at first, and as I started working there in the production kitchen, I soon felt at home. There are several types of workers there. There are the layer bakers, the cake stackers, the buttercream makers, and the cake decorators. I would go into the bakery every morning, shadow an employee, usually a cake decorator, and we would decorate cakes that the night before had already been baked and stacked by other employees. Soon after I started, the decorators, Devin, Kelly, Maddie, Christina, and Natasha, would welcome me to join them in decorating cakes. And by the end of my time in Indiana, they had enough trust in me that I was fully decorating my own cakes that were to be sold in the upstairs world of flawless baking. Every community has an identity, one that is created by the common thread and individual talents of each person. From joining a community, you can learn and develop self through the experiences that are brought to the community from each individual. For me, at Cake Bake, I could bring my love of food and connection to cakes and simply hope to fit in with many others who also love that baking. While the Cake Bake Shop community was very different than the one I was familiar with, I still shared the underlying theme of baking, and from that, I was able to become a part of the community there, and by the end of my stay, the head chef, Abe, had even come up to Gwen to ask if I could stay. As Melissa, a cake layer baker, said to me, "That's the coolest thing about this kitchen community. Everyone brings their own way to do things, but all reaches the same product. We share our ways and learn from others." However, it was also different to be in a community on such a large scale. After living for 10 days fully immersed within it, I learned that within the cake bake community, there are several community subgroups. There's the overall community of people who come to the cake bake shop, eat the cakes. Then there's the overall staff, but below that, there's the staff of the wait staff. Then there's the savory kitchen community. Below that, there's the production kitchen community. There's the office community. Each of these not seeing the full picture in their everyday work. And that's what I found the most different from my experience in Sunbeam, where I grew up seeing the whole process, making the food and then getting to share it. I saw that the people baking the cakes never had that same feeling. They didn't get to see the joy that was brought to every single person who walked in the doors of that shop. Every minute, I was fully engaged and genuinely thrilled from being there. I was learning, and I was having fun, and I was meeting new people. Community makes us happy, and through shared aspects of life, we can connect with anyone, which is an important reminder. There is always community to be found. In short, Reich Zamor sums it up perfectly. Humans wither outside of community. It isn't a luxury, a nice thing. Community is essential to our well-being. And after working in that environment for 10 days, I felt very much the same. I was happy, excited, and genuinely fulfilled, simply by building connections with new people in the world around me. However, although I was fulfilled with the joy that comes from social connection, you may have noticed that there's one key aspect of my ITri and my life that was missing from those pictures. I was almost never outside. After being inside a kitchen with no windows for 10 days, I knew I was missing the other aspect of my life and my ITri that I rely on. And that was my connection to nature. I've always found that I'm not only the happiest, but the most authentically me when I am in nature, and more specifically, the river. Throughout my research phase, I learned that this feeling wasn't just for me. Connection to nature is something that all humans share. Maybe in different ways, but all humans originated by living in accordance with nature, and that trait is still vital to our success and well-being. As Roger says, humans possess an innate tendency to seek connections with nature and other forms of life. For me, that connection has always drawn me to the river. Here's an example of a study that was done that shows the benefits of nature and the drawbacks from living without it. In a study where there were similar hospital patients with matching health issues, half of the patients were in rooms where their view faced the trees, and half of them were in a room facing a brick wall. The patients facing the trees were overall 4 times better off. They had fewer health issues in the future and required half the amount of strong painkiller doses to recover than the patients looking at the bricks. As Jim Robbins says, nature is not only nice to have, but it's a have for physical health and cognitive function. Growing up in Sunbeam, I spent almost all of my time in the river, and through being fully immersed in nature, I found that I am at my happiest and also the most me when I'm connected to the river and nature around me. So, for the second part of my field study phase, I embarked on an 8-day-long rafting trip along the Salmon River, floating from the right side of Idaho to the left on the main Salmon River with 2 guides and close friends who have been influential in my life. And once on the river, I found myself in my favorite place in the world again, fully immersed in nature. Balundi mentions that the environment is important to us and an important part of who we are. For me, this rings very true. While on this trip, I reflected in my journal. How wonderful a world with the river is. I've decided that the natural world is most likely one of the most important aspects of life. Here I am, happy, energetic, and authentically me. I don't know why I let myself go without immersion in the natural world for any period of time. This is how I become happy. This is where I'm me. I always learn and become fulfilled by connecting to the river. And on about day 5, I had a crazy and powerful self-realization. I was rafting down the river, just me guiding a boat, through my favorite spot in the world. And one of my guides, Sammy, looked at me and said, "Lila, what happened to you?" Sammy was on a trip on the same river with me at the end of last summer, and reminded me about how when we rode the river last, I wouldn't touch the oars, even for the smallest of rapids. And she wanted to know what changed, because here I was, rowing the river with confidence. And I knew that she was right. After growing up on the river, I know how to read the water better than most people. I know how to use the river to stay safe, yet also have fun. But most importantly, I know how to work with the river instead of against it. I have always been more than capable to navigate a boat down the river, but I've never had the faith in my skills before. I've spent my entire life swimming, floating, tubing, and being the passenger on rafts, but I've never before been the one guiding the raft. I've never before believed in myself to do that. But here I was, all of a sudden, guiding a raft not just down the small rapids, but also through the class 4s and 3s, in high water. I hadn't realized that I didn't have confidence in myself until this moment, when all of a sudden I did. Suddenly, for the first time, I believed in myself. I trusted myself to guide me through my favorite place in the world. I trusted myself to engage in my lifelong passion of being a leader, of rafting as a leader, not as a passenger. For the first time, I had full belief in my own capabilities, and I had the confidence and trust in myself to use them. So, after being completely immersed in nature and in touch with the natural world for 8 days, I came off the river feeling how I always feel once being in nature, but this feeling was amplified. Coming back, although having survived the past 8 days in snow, rain, and ice, I was genuinely more happy, content, calm, positive, motivated, energetic, and confident than I have been in the past year. Ending this excursion, I finally understood why this was the topic I was so deeply interested in. I've always known that I love being connected both to the social and physical environments around me, and I've always known that I'm the happiest and most fulfilled when I spend time in nature and around a strong and supportive community. But never before had I realized that this was because, scientifically, connection to both community and nature are what makes us healthy, happy, and develops our identities. Although not everyone has the same need for full immersion in nature or intense immersion in a group of people with a strong community, connection to community and nature undoubtedly matters. Whether that is spending a week fully immersed in nature or simply taking your dog for a walk in the park, interacting with your neighbor for 5 minutes, or spending all of your time with a formed community. Connection in life is vital to our well-being, and everyone should work to find it in each and every day. We may all find this connection to community and nature differently, but nonetheless, with it we are all better off. In short, connection to the social and physical environments around us is a vital part of being human, knowing and developing self, and living a healthy life. With this connection, everyone has the ability to thrive, and although this may look different for each individual, we can all strive to find deeper connections in life moving forward. I also want to take a second to truly thank my mentors, Gwen, Sammy, and Andrew, for giving me the experience of a lifetime. And I also want to thank my family in this school for giving me a life I love. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Okay, Cynthia?
I'm just wondering, it struck me that you said after spending your whole life on the river that all of a sudden you had the confidence to guide yourself down. Like, what brought that on? What did that confidence?
Well, I don't know, is the true answer. I mean, like, I've always had confidence swimming the river. That's, like, where I feel the most comfortable, but I've never guided a boat through any rapids, and I won't. I refuse. And all of a sudden, I don't know. I just did.
Was that the challenge you set for yourself? I tried, like, I'm going to do it, even though I'm not confident?
No, I hadn't even realized I wasn't. You know, I set the ITri, I was like, I want to be outside. I want to be in my favorite place in the world. I want to be immersed in nature. And then through my two wonderful guides, they're like, you should row some of this. And all of a sudden I just did. And I found that. Yeah.
Awesome.
Heather?
Great job, Lila. I found it interesting your observation that when you were in the cake bake shop, everybody just had their one little compartmentalized piece of making the whole cake, and we're stuck in a room with no windows, and so contrast to how you are at Sunbeam when you get to see the whole process. So compartmentalizing a job versus like from beginning to end. Did you draw any parallels, and were you able to have that conversation with some of those bakers who love their community but aren't seeing the whole?
Yeah, kind of. I think it was kind of interesting talking to people. They all love baking and they love their job, but it's also clearly a job that is repetitive, and they come in there and do the same thing every day, which I think is something that in my life, like, slightly familiar, but in a totally different way, whereas, like, yes, I go to work in my small bakery every day and I cook and talk to people, but seeing the whole picture, it's like adds this pizzazz and enthusiasm to the whole process that, like, being in the cake bake shop, I was able to go upstairs and watch people come in that door, which, like, made it all the more magical. Everyone, as they walked in that door, was, like, hit with this, like, happiness and joy. And I think the people making the cakes, like, if they could see that, I think that would totally improve their happiness and connection to the food that they're making. Yes?
What's your favorite flavor of cake?
You know, that's a hard question, but probably just good chocolate cake. Yes. I can't see you up there, but I don't know who it is, but up there.
Do you cakes have flavors?
Yes, they do. Yeah, Jim?
Do you see like a confluence, using a river term, of those two aspects of your life in the future on like a larger scale, or
Yeah,
larger than a Sunbeam scale?
right. You know, I have been, oh yeah, Jim asked if I see a confluence between, like, the baking community and the river community or place in my life on a bigger scale than Sunbeam, which is an interesting question I've thought about a lot because it's the two things that make me happy. And, like, those are two parts of my life that I always want to be engaged with, the community around food and the river. And I don't know, I always hope to be a part of both of those places, and ideally at the same time. But I'm yet to find a place where that works on a larger scale other than Sunbeam. Maggie?
I just want to say it's awesome that people have searched their whole lives for the ingredients to happiness, and like you should feel so empowered that you found them. And loneliness and isolation and negative feelings are part of everyone's life, and you found this answer for you. And you kind of touched on this, but do you have advice for people who are feeling down? Like, how do they access that place that you can find?
That's a good question. Oh yeah, Maggie kind of asked for people who are, feeling down or less happy, like how they can find that connection, because it is different for every person. Like for me, that might be putting on a wetsuit and swimming myself down a whole river on the bottom of the river, which not everyone is comfortable with. So it just makes things worse for some. So connection to people and connection to place are both ways you can find that. So for each person, that place in nature might be different, and that place in a community, that group of people could be different. But just by finding connection, I think that can be reached. Okay, I have one more question.
Not to be your psychiatrist. Do you find that, can you look back through your life and see a pattern of different things that came to you, either somewhat like or like the feeling you got when you're going along and all of a sudden you can do it. You feel like you can do the rowing. Well, we all have challenges all the time, every day. I know it's awfully easy to just go the other direction of the challenge, and continue to do that, But in growing up, in maturing, and that really includes for me all the way till the day you die. You're always learning, always growing. But I've had things in life that I listen and I hear and I say, oh yeah, that makes sense to me, it makes intellectual sense. Then something will come and it'll be a real discovery of like your ability to all of a sudden run the boat with fearlessness. Just, what was I worried about? I mean, this is fun. Give me more. You see, is there a pattern in your life with other little things, whether it's starting a new class in school, or doing a new thing, or whatever, playing a new sport, whatever it is, where you just say all of a sudden, I'm going to do it. Get sort of filled, filled with that wonderful feeling of I can do this.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I was asked kind of if there's a pattern in, when there's a learning phase, and then when you finally realize, I can do this. And I think I haven't ever thought about that, so I don't know if there's a set pattern, but I think there's definitely that phase of when you join something new. There's first the learning, understanding where you are and who you're around. And then I think with comfort in that environment, at least for me, once I found that, I can then have realizations on how it impacts me and my personal well-being. Yeah. Thank you.
For everybody here and for those at home, it's going to be a 15-minute break. Thank you. If everybody could grab their seats, we'll get started here in a minute. Harry, if you could take a seat, I mean. So we've heard two very different takes on relationship to nature and sense of community, and now we're about to take a deep dive into a different take on community responsibility. Nora's going to take us into the criminal justice system, but again, before we dive into the deep waters, we'll take a little stroll back. Nora Blamires.
One out of every 3 black men will be sentenced to prison in their lifetime, compared to 1 out of 6 Latino men and 1 out of 17 white men. Almost 75% of formerly incarcerated people are still unemployed a year after release. On average, 12 people die in a U.S. prison every day. The United States spends over $80 billion on incarceration each year. Before their first year out of prison, nearly 44% of people released from the criminal justice system return. Today, the U.S. comprises 5% of the world's population, yet has 25% of the world's prisoners. The criminal justice system is broken and has failed the many, many people in its care. Mass incarceration is sustained through the failure to rehabilitate. Recidivism, which is the likelihood of someone entering the system more than once, is the expectation. American values, especially individual responsibility, fail to account for human dignity in our approach to sentencing, prison conditions, and reintegration, fueling our mass incarceration crisis. The United States doesn't have a lot of bad people who commit crimes. We have a lot of people without access to community systems that ensure economic security, mental health care, trauma and abuse prevention, and racial justice. Because we incarcerate people who are the symptoms of our cultural injustices, the cycle of ignoring the root issue of crime continues, and so do the crimes. The consequences are faced by the same people who suffer from the crimes in the first place. Punishment is decided as a way to ensure public safety. In reality, the mass incarceration crisis has chipped away at the well-being of our families, communities, and our society as a whole. In order to get a well-rounded perspective on the criminal justice system, I met with over 20 people involved in an aspect of the system in some way. I met many people who have not only changed my perspective of the system, but our society and culture in general. For the field study period, I went to Oakland, San Francisco, and Boise. I needed to see the effects of the criminal justice system on an underserved community. In East Oakland, at a nursery called Planning Justice, I interviewed people who have been incarcerated or have had a family member incarcerated. I needed to see how policy impacts change in the system. I met with Brian Goldstein, who works for the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice in San Francisco. I needed to see the ways to rehabilitate that actually work. I needed to see and hear from Gerald, who's the most interesting and likable person I've ever met. He has grown from his past mistakes and become a successful change maker in spite of his experience in the system. I needed to see Delancey Street in San Francisco, which is a residential, self-sustaining community of people who've hit rock bottom, including leaving incarceration. I needed to see how the Department of Corrections works. I needed to see community reentry work centers, which is where some people are able to go for the end of their sentence, where they can work outside of the community, where they can work in the community to have something to begin their life with outside. I needed to see prisons. I needed to see people working in different positions in prison. I needed to see solitary confinement in use. I needed to see and talk to incarcerated women. I needed to see the criminal justice system from a sentencing perspective. I needed to see the victims' rights and their role in the system. I needed to see preliminary hearings and big public trials. I needed to see how mental health and addiction contribute to the system. I needed to see the criminal justice system within our community. I was told about personal experiences and heard about many individuals' perspectives on the system. I now know that everyone should have the opportunity to go through a work center to start off new and on the right foot. Maybe prisons in general should look more like these. I now know that prisons are ineffective and are littered with problems. I now know that our prisons are overcrowded. I now know that a lot of people in prison would rather be there than in their real life. I think this shows more about how society has failed them outside. I now know that strip searches and solitary confinement are very common, and I think both are more harmful than necessary. I now know that there are people in prison that do not need to be there. People who have been able to rehabilitate on their own with the limited resources that they can access inside. I now know that most people who work in the system care, but they are working for a paycheck and not for systemic change. I now know that the shock of leaving prison is harmful. Every day, people who have lived in a place with no personal choice or freedom are released back into a society that looks nothing like their life inside. This, and the fact that most people leave prison with fewer resources than they entered it with, are in part why recidivism is such a big issue. I now know that victims must be included and recognized when striving for change. Their experience cannot be excused by acknowledging an offender's circumstances. Justice is necessary, and I think that justice should be given in the form of forgiveness from all sides. I now know that reform must include everyone, no matter their crime. I now know and have experienced the toll of working for change in the system takes on one's mental health. I now know that our brokenness is what makes us visible. It is what makes us human. The intention of the criminal justice system is public safety. The way it functions does the opposite. The people in the system are a result of our societal problems. We push our visible failure out of sight through incarcerating because it's the easy solution. It is becoming harder and harder not to see the issue. By not working to fix these root issues, we have created another. It is time to acknowledge the root issues that make people most vulnerable to the system. The people in our prisons have experienced poverty, racial barriers, mental health issues, and addiction. Abuse and trauma are major factors in incarceration, and almost all the victims of the criminal justice system have experienced at least one adverse childhood experience. Some people cannot figure out the culture that we exist in and follow. We have rules, some written and some unwritten. I think that functioning in the society is a matter of nature versus nurture. Our behavior or actions are a reflection of the world we have learned to exist in. For me and for many of us, it just clicks. I've been raised to understand how to live and strive for success in ways that our dictating culture expects from me. For others, survival looks different, and their mistakes have a whole lifetime of factors. During my time at Planning Justice in East Oakland, I talked to people who have been victims of the criminal justice system. Here's a video from that.
Being raised by a single mom, never knew my pops. The streets raised me. You know, I was fathered by the dope game. You know, and I'm not proud of it. I don't glorify it. You know, I got 3 boys of my own, and 3 boys and a daughter. And I tell them, what if I had to do it all over again? I'd have stayed in school and graduated, because you know a lot of that shit was peer pressure too. I'm seeing my older peers or other peers, you know, I mean 6th grade, but these dudes is like, you want some, you know, some Jordans or some Nikes or Fila sweatsuit, and you can't get that. But these your peers the same age as you coming to school with a bankroll in their pocket, and it's like, damn, and they dress fresh to death. You know what I'm saying? I got Pro Wings on and coasters and shit from Payless. It's like, damn, how can I get that? Man, sell some dope. Now it's the wrong advice, but it's like, man, what it did is it forced me to become a man early, because I was paying bills at 16 because my mother, she needed the help. You know, by me being the man of the house, happened to become the man of the house because my older brother, he was out there, but instead of really selling the drugs, he was using them. You know what I'm saying? He got hooked on his own supply, and that was detrimental to the family because he started stealing from us. Stealing the little bit of money my mom did have to pay the rent and the bills, he's stealing the shit. So it's like, you know, you can only, as a young man, you can only watch your mom cry so much.
Maybe if a person had just a bit of empathy.
Yeah.
Just a bit of empathy. Then maybe they'll see where the person came from and what the person went through, instead of just judging them off top.
It's the environment, like when growing up around here, like it's a lot of stuff you had no choices, like, cause this is what you seeing and this is what's going on. It's like, it's either like sink or swim. You either gonna be, you know, cause it was rough. You come outside, there's a lot going on. So I think for sure the environment and the circumstances will lead you into some of them situations, and then being so young, it's like you're not even fully aware of what is actually going on around you and what you actually doing, because it's like this is what you seeing, what's going on around you. So it's just like it kind of become normalized to you, because like I seen people killed, shot. I seen it since I was little happening around here, right? So now it's like when I see somebody get killed or hear about somebody getting killed, it ain't like it's a thing like, of course I get sad, but it's kind of like, oh damn. It's like it don't affect me as much as it probably should. It's just like, oh damn, he got shot, or oh damn, somebody else got shot, or you hear gunshots. I don't get afraid when I hear gunshots, because it's you get so used to seeing this stuff go on and all this stuff going on around you. It's like you get desensitized to it.
You just lose a lot of loved ones to the streets. So
extended community support is the only way we can reach a world without harm and crime. That is how we reach public safety, not incarceration. Everyone is broken. Everyone has hurt and been hurt. Maybe our brokenness is not equal, but the shared condition must be embraced for our collective sanity. The system recycles the pain of everyone involved in an instance of harm. We have left behind the importance of compassion for all people. We need to look at and address the root issues, not the symptoms, the people who are victims of our society's shortcomings. Like the many impactful people I spoke with, the book Just Mercy changed how I see the world. The author Brian Stevenson is able to articulate what I feel is the most important thing to understand about humanity. Being broken is what makes us human. We all have our reasons. Sometimes we're fractured by the choices we make. Sometimes we are shattered by the things we would have never chosen. But our brokenness is also the source of our common humanity, the basis for our shared search for comfort, meaning, and healing. Our shared vulnerability and imperfection nurture and sustain our capacity for compassion. We've become so fearful and vengeful that we've thrown away children, discarded the disabled, and sanctioned the imprisonment of the sick and the weak. Not because they're a threat to public safety or beyond rehabilitation, but because we think it makes us seem tough, less broken. We've submitted to the harsh instinct to crush those among us whose brokenness is most visible, but simply punishing the broken only ensures that they remain broken, and we do too. There is no wholeness outside of our reciprocal humanity. I don't blame people who choose to look away. I don't think that I've fully figured out how to not look away without letting the severity and reality of this tragic and far-reaching issue crush me. But I can hold on to the idea of humanity, forgiveness, and empathy for every broken person. I'm inspired by the many people I was able to meet on this project that are working for genuine and significant change. The people who are willing to reimagine the way we punish and understand why people do bad things. The people who are staring at an issue bigger than we can wrap our heads around, yet continue to fight for those who fall victim to it. Thank you. I'm done. Okay, questions? Up there.
How did this project, being in the field, going to visit prisons, how did it impact your views on the criminal justice system?
Max asked how visiting prisons and this experience impacted my view on the system. I think I came into this project feeling a little bit more hopeful in a way that I just didn't really know enough about it. And throughout the project, I felt really overwhelmed and sad because I just knew a lot more of like why the issue is so complex and is the way it is, and how much it impacts people. But I also feel a little bit more hopeful in a way that I'm no longer ignorant to it, and it's something that I'm passionate about and I'm not going to give up on. Yeah. Lena?
You talked a little bit about like reinvestment into these communities, and I'm wondering if there's like specific ways you think that that would be helpful.
Yeah, so Lena asked about specific ways we could reinvest into communities. I think that a lot more funding needs to go into these communities, and I think that people should have access to like just more of basic necessities, because those things are something that a lot of people are lacking, and that translates into things like drugs and crime, and then those things translate into incarceration. So I think we really need to look for like basic human necessities and see what we're lacking, and figure out how to get that to everyone. Yeah.
This might be beyond what you were looking at, but you know, they were talking about people who started selling drugs, and those people would have money, and therefore it would draw other people into selling drugs and lives of crime and what have you. Do you think legalization of drugs as a cultural thing is helpful or not, or did you get any perspective on that?
Jim asked about what I think about the legalization of drugs as a solution. I think that that could definitely be a part of it. I don't think that that's what I focused on, and I think that more importantly, we should see why people are using drugs in the first place. And I don't really understand very much about addiction, so I think that's really where we need to start. Yeah. Maggie?
I have a question out of ignorance in the sentencing process. You talked about how a person's circumstances should be taken into account. And I'm wondering how much that happens now, and like, is that different for victimless crimes versus crimes with the victim? And yeah, how does it get taken into account into sentencing?
Yeah, so people during sentencing, Maggie asked how how sentencing takes circumstances into account. And I think that a lot of what I heard is that people do get a background check on people's lives and like their family history and a lot of stuff like that, especially surrounding trauma and abuse and their involvement in the criminal justice system as a victim. So that is noticed, but then there are a lot of policies, especially in Idaho, where we have a lot of mandatory minimums and extreme sentencing for certain things. I think going back to the drug issue, I think that we criminalize that way too heavily. I don't know that they should necessarily be legal, but yeah. And we do take circumstance into account, but a lot of people just say that they have their hands tied, especially judges. Up there.
Is there any system or program in place to help prisoners assimilate back into their lives? And if not, like, what are steps that can be taken to help decrease the chances of prisoners having to go back through that cycle?
Yeah, so I was asked about like recidivism and if there's anything that helps people get back into their lives from prison. So there are re-entry centers, and I toured 2 of them. They're pretty similar to prisons, and I think that they're part of someone's sentence, and they have no gates, but otherwise they look pretty similar, and people are allowed to leave to go to work. So I think that's really helpful in a way that people are earning a living, because the criminal justice system is taking everything that they've had from the past. But those aren't really accessible to everyone, which means that people are leaving with absolutely no money and a lot of challenges. And I think that there are a lot of people working for that. I think that's the most one of the most dire issues. And yeah. Matt.
I wrote down extended community support as one of the potential solutions, and I'm just curious if you, in your research, in your experience out there in the field, you came across an example of extended community support that was positive or that seemed to be working.
Yeah, I think that. Matt asked about community support and if I came across anything that I thought worked for that. When I was in Oakland at Planning Justice, I was in Sobrante Park, which is a really poor area. And when we were driving there, there's like, it's just under a freeway and like a lot of poverty and homelessness. And then we get to this beautiful nursery, and they have a community garden, and they have space for indigenous people. And I think that is like really helpful for healing for all people, like people who've experienced trauma or just people who've been incarcerated. So I think having more connection to nature and the natural world is definitely a big thing that stood out to me, and just ways we can heal. Nathan?
Thanks, Nora. Wonderful presentation. And I know this wasn't quite the avenue of your research, but are there any other models of criminal justice systems, say outside the U.S., that might give you hope that there's like a different way to do this?
Yeah, so Nathan asked about if there's other criminal justice models that would work better and would be a different way. During my research phase, I looked a little bit at European countries and how they approach prisons, and I think that those are important in a way that they really take human dignity into account through all aspects of it. Also, the people who are incarcerated there are the people who have harmed society in like a lot bigger ways, where here most people I met, or almost pretty much everyone I met in prison or formerly incarcerated, had been involved in a drug-related issue. So I think in other countries we have ways to deal with that are different. And yeah, those prisons just look more like the world outside and have a lot of personal autonomy as well. Yeah. Thank you. Oh. Sure.
That was incredibly powerful, and I want to thank you for that. Do you, going forward, do you see one small section where you find hope that you might be able to, because it's obviously a colossal problem, that you might be able to focus on, or that you're interested in focusing on for your future?
So the question was if I've found one part of the system or change that I think I can focus on, and I'm not sure that I've figured that part out yet. And a lot of it's really interesting to me. I'm less interested in the legal and sentencing side than I thought I was going to be, but just helping people in general is what I care about in that system. Yeah. Thank you.
So one of the amazing things for me sitting here and listening to these projects is we can have kids go spend time making cake. We can have kids dive into the natural world. We can have kids sitting at their computer coding. We can have kids go work with prisoners in the prison reform system. And the themes that come back to us are about our shared humanity, are about our connection to place, are about our connection to each other. And so the question that Nora just got asked, which is one that we've struggled with, which is where is there hope? And I think Nora's hope in the way she talks about what she just saw comes back to, again, that shared human system of compassion and empathy and caring. And I think we've heard that in all of these speeches this morning thus far. And I think that gives me hope tremendously. One of the other powerful things is we've been, maybe down in the weeds a little bit so far this morning, whether that's coding or the criminal justice system or, these studies of how nature helps us, and we're about to get out of the weeds and get a much bigger perspective. So Maddox is going to take us on a little fly try, and I have to apologize for the title in the program lists fly trip instead of fly try, and that's all on me. Anyway, but again, before we take her flight, we're going to take a little journey back in time. One of the various things that one sees over these pictures is, over the years, like the challenge of finding pictures of Maddox where she isn't just draped with like 25 people at any given time. Maddox Nickum.
Hi everyone. So for my ITri, I spent 5 weeks training to get my pilot's license. Hold on. I grew up flying as a passenger in a small single-engine airplane. My dad is a private pilot, which gave my family and I the opportunity to fly ourselves to visit grandparents or to Boise during the weekend for sports tournaments. I spent a lot of my time as a passenger fixated on the fact that I was sitting in a winged metal box flying through the air. The fact that I didn't know how a machine I'd spent lots of my life in worked bugged me, and I felt the best way to properly understand it was to fly one for myself. The Sage School's mission says, authentic curriculum centered on human ecology and engaging experiences designed specifically to promote self-awareness, community responsibility, and a sense of place. This connects directly to my ITri. I'm exploring a deep sense of self-awareness, and my field study has helped me to explore this further through engaging experience. The phrase human ecology means to study the relationship between humans and their natural, social, and built environments. Studying my sense of self in a man-made airplane while looking onto the natural landscape below me is very human ecology. In February of my junior year, when tasked with choosing a personal project to spend 2 hours a week on something for a trimester, I decided to take the first steps in becoming a pilot by registering for ground school. The way I saw it, this personal project was the perfect opportunity to make flying my thing, not just by association. I loved the idea of becoming an 18-year-old female pilot, and I ran with the opportunity. I spent 3 months in ground school sitting in a cold hangar learning the basics of flight, preparing you ideally for the written test, which randomly selects 60 of a possible 1,000 questions, which tests your knowledge of the cockpit of an airplane, the function of an engine, flight mapping, and how to calculate weight and balance. Every would-be pilot must sit through this dull, mind-numbing process before they can get in the pilot seat of an airplane with an instructor. Once I finished ground school, I was able to begin flight training, where I acted as pilot in command with my flight instructor in the right seat. There in my junior year, I accumulated 20 hours of flight time over the course of 5 months. This past year, I had every intention to continue my flight training, but between college applications, senior year of high school, and sports, I had little free time. With the time that I did have, I picked up flight training once more with a new flight instructor in Twin Falls. During this period, over the course of 2 months, I accumulated 15 more hours of flight time and completed my first solo. Cutting out the back of a student pilot's shirt is a tradition in aviation when they've completed their first solo. When this past March rolled around, it was time to decide what I'd spend 5 weeks doing over ITri. I concluded that if I didn't work to finish my flight training, I would likely never finish getting my pilot's license and would be eternally disappointed in myself. I took up flying once more with a new instructor yet again. Upon my decision, my classmates and I wrote thesis papers anticipating our experiences. My thesis reads, "Flying gives one a broader perspective on the land and oneself, while being a female pilot specifically gives a broader perspective on cultural norms. I have certainly experienced a change in perspective." I went into my field study with dead set expectations of obtaining my pilot's license, with time left over to take a week-long cross-country, fully immersing myself into the utterly awesome perspective change I'd experienced over the landscape. Seriously, how hard could it be, right? Wrong. I imagined myself standing before you explaining the joys and empowerment of being a pilot and how my perspective on my week-long cross-country was so amazing. Clearly, that's not happening. I spent the first week studying big books for days on end, preparing for the written test, which I passed. For the remainder of ITri, I woke up at 5:30 in the morning, commuting to Gooding Municipal Airport, flying every day the weather and sports permitted. I spent these days, up until this past weekend, flight training and met every flight requirement needed to take the final test into having a pilot's license, leaving me with 1 step left. Weather and timing did play the largest role in me not having yet achieved my pilot's license. The flight requirements I met include simulated IFR flight, where I wore foggles that blocked views out the window, forcing me to navigate and fly, referencing only the instruments inside the cockpit. My instructor and I also flew late into the night, where once again my visual references were obscured in order to fulfill my night flight requirements. And that's me landing at night. And last but not least, 5 hours of solo cross-country time, navigating myself around southern Idaho completely alone.
Hi guys, I'm about to take off on my first solo cross-country. I'm at the Gooding Airport and going to Mountain Home Airport, and I'm pretty nervous, but I think I got this, so yeah, let's do it.
This footage is just a sneak peek into my flight training. I did cross countries like this one the next day, and the day after that, and the day after that. I formed an unexpected relationship with and gained a new perspective of the landscape using ground references as navigation tools, such as a certain group of windmills, a farming field, or the town of Glens Ferry, for example, while navigating myself from one airport to another. I can now fly from Mountain Home Airport to Gooding without any map at all. I must say that during those flights, I spent more time pitting out my shirts than I did anything else. On top of all this time, I accumulated 70 more hours of flight training. Pursuing a pilot's license has been the hardest thing I've done in my entire life, and over the 5 weeks of training, I broke down more than once, threatening to quit. I persevered as I promised myself that when I had my license, the days and nights on end of studying and flying would all be worth it. I expected that I'd form a more complex relationship with the landscape below my window, that I'd experience a life-changing personal alteration. Quite honestly, I feel more disappointed than I do like badass, as I haven't yet seen my process to the end. At the end of our 5-week field study phase, I returned to school, embarrassed and disappointed to report to my classmates that I did not yet have my pilot's license. I've yet to complete the ultimate and final step of my flight training, the practical test. This includes up to 4 hours of oral evaluation and a practical flight evaluation with just you and an examiner. Though I haven't yet finished the task I set out to do, that is not to say that my perspective wasn't altered. I feel an immense sense of empowerment. I can fly an airplane. I'm among the 6% of female pilots that make up the population of the United States, and an even smaller percentage of 18-year-old female pilots. I can pass a Federal Aviation Association written test, and I could tell you how every instrument inside and out of the airplane works. I can rely completely and 100% on myself to take off, land, navigate, and not kill myself while flying completely alone. I can fly an airplane. I'd like to give a huge thanks to my current and favorite flight instructor, who's also my community mentor, Tom Hogue, for giving up his days and weekends dedicated to helping me get my pilot's license and putting up with me for days on end. None of my flight training would have been possible without him. Having said all this, I am determined to finish what I started, to get that positive perspective change and the freedom of being an FAA-rated private pilot without the stress of the training. I owe it to myself, after a 1.5 years of flight training, 6 different flight instructors, and everyone who has invested their time and money into my journey to finish. With this, I will take the practical test this coming June to feel this weight lifted off my shoulders. Thank you. And questions? Julie?
I'm just amazed, but when you're flying from Mountain Home to Gooding, can you go wherever you want to, or are there kind of like pathways within the sky?
So, yes, you can, oh yes, Julie was wondering when I fly from Mountain Home to Gooding if you can fly wherever you want to, if there's like pathways in the sky. And you can fly wherever you want to. The only restriction is like the altitude. So if you're going from northeast, or like easterly, I guess, basically, and westerly. Westerly, you have to fly at an even altitude plus 500, and easterly, it's an odd altitude plus 500. So when you're going from Mountain Home to Gooding, you have to fly at like 5,500 feet, for example. I would stop in Mountain Home. Oh,
repeat the question.
Chris asked what my relationship to those 2 cities was before this, and honestly, I don't think I had ever been to Gooding. I just played them in tennis tournaments, and Mountain Home, I would stop there to like go to the gas station on my way to Boise. So yeah, Jim?
So do you think after going through all this training that the training is sufficient for pilots, or do you think it's like over-training or under-training, or what's your perspective on the training model?
I definitely think that, Jim asked if after going through this whole training process, if I think that the training is sufficient for pilots or if it's like overkill or underkill. I honestly think like it's been really hard and stuff, but I think it's definitely not overkill and it's definitely sufficient. Yeah, because it's hard. Kennedy?
What's your favorite part about flying?
Okay. Kennedy asked what my favorite part about flying was. I think my favorite part about flying is like, honestly, landing. Like it's just really, it's super cool and you get like a super cool sight picture and yeah. Dash?
Yeah, you said that you feel kind of disappointed. Is there like a way you could have pulled it off faster, or is there like a time requirement, or you have to train for a certain amount of time to become a pilot?
Dash asked because I said I'm disappointed, like if there was a time limit or like if I could have gotten my license faster. And honestly, I would say that I worked like pretty as hard as I could to get it over the course of 5 weeks, and like the weather was bad and whatever. I'm not making excuses, but I didn't get my license, but yeah. Yeah. Nancy?
First of all, I think you are a true real life, honest to goodness badass. Super excited to even be in the same room with you. So, are you aware that the only disappointment was self-imposed? Because not every person would be disappointed by what you've done?
Yes, I am, but I don't know. That was my goal, and I didn't really do it. So. One more. Up there.
Are you planning on like becoming like a public, like flying public planes?
He asked if I plan on becoming like a commercial pilot, like a professional pilot, and I don't know. Like, there's other training and more requirements that you have to fulfill before you could do that. So I think for now, no, but I mean it's definitely an option. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, quite a little morning we've had, quite a journey. So I'm going to ask, we're going to go to lunch now. I'm going to ask that the 10th through 12th graders hang out for a few minutes, and all the 6th through 9th graders can exit and meet up with their teachers. You're going to walk across over to Forest Service Park. So if all the 6th through 9th graders could meet with their teachers out in the entranceway, other adults may leave if they'd like, and then we'll... Um, 10th through 12th graders, people seem to miss the return time last year. I need to be back here at 12:40. Let's make that happen. You've got the time. Go be safe, be smart, have a good lunch. If you want to join, there's going to be wellness at Forest Service Park if you want to join that after lunch.
come in my car for Johnny G's.
soup is really good. It might give you some strength.
No.
Huh?
I'm just gonna go read this and then leave.
Okay, but you're so tired. See?
I know I'm so tired.
Okay, just keep your voice positive. Up, up, up. Okay. Did Chris go to the other side?
I don't know where he is.
All right. It's been a long time. Got over
What
an
does it
hour.
end to?
What?
When does it end to?
Yeah. Well, you're at 12:50, so there's only like 1 hour more.
Yeah, well, I can't really leave after. I'm done, you know. They wouldn't be super down with that unless I had a genuine excuse, like, oh, I gotta go to.
That's only like an hour after you, though. 1 more hour. Yeah.
When do I start?
12, right when everybody comes back from lunch.
12:40.
Do you want to? 12:50. Do you want to practice with me?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right, so I'll hold on to your lunch.
Yeah.
You sure you don't want to try the soup? Just like a couple sips? It really helped me just now. It gave me some energy. It's like almost like a broth.
Okay, that's what soup is, sort of.
What?
That's what soup is made
I
out
know,
of.
it's almost like a, but it has some energy in it. You feel cold, huh?
Yeah, I'm freezing. I'm tired.
Yeah, because you're tired. Lots of people left their stuff here.
Yeah, because they're all coming back.
Yeah, you sure you don't want to try a little soup?
Fine.
Okay, because I think it could help wake you up a little.
Okay, I'm fine.
You'll be okay. Yours
I
is
don't
great.
care what happens. I'm just gonna read it and then.
And prop the screen over there. And then...
I know, but I need to.
Okay, here we go.
That'll hold my switch up.
All right. Oh my goodness, that's so much food.
It's actually just
Close.
mostly a bag of oranges.
Oh. It's like, oh.
And a tin of focaccia.
Oh. You sure you don't want a sip of that soup?
No, I'm fine.
Alright. Okay. I'll...
Oh, I almost put Xenoblade in. Oops.
Hmm.
No, not that one.
What time is it?
We have like half an hour.
Fuck. I just want to do it.
What?
Just want to get over with.
Oh god. Don't film me now, phone.
Wait, are you guys going too? Or no?
I'm not.
No. You guys are in 11?
I'm 11.
Oh, okay. Wait. You're in 11th grade. So you go next year, right?
No, I'm a senior. I'm going today.
Oh,
But
what? You're Grace?
no, I'm Tayah. I go last.
Oh, you get to go
it's still
last.
synced as one.
Okay.
No.
Yes, it is.
Just take a deep breath, Reed.
I'm fine.
Okay. Maybe you ought to go up and walk around a little so you get in a few minutes.
Why am I honk? Why am I not honk? I don't know. Yes, being Sonora.
Yes.
Ah.
Oh.
Alright, I've not played in a while, so
Don't
please.
do this anymore.
Why am I go corn?
This is such a nice theater.
Rude, but okay. Fair enough, I guess. Bro, where are you going?
You know what's amazing is how these
No.
chairs fall down, right?
Mm-hmm.
They collapse, right?
Yeah.
Yes, these ones.
That's amazing.
Oh.
Yeah, this whole thing comes out, right?
No.
Oh.
Oh my god, don't! I don't want to pull a Tayah. You've done that so many times, Tayah.
Yeah, that's not what I meant to do, but like I'll take it. How could you do this to me?
Am I
Will
out?
that kill
No,
you?
I'm not out.
Are you kidding? Oh. Rude.
Always for you, Novia.
Oh. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. But why are you cheering?
because it's finally...
Oh, no.
Yes.
No.
Disneyland. Nope. Kill me? Yeah?
Yeah,
Next?
no, you're good.
No. Oh.
Yeah, you're good. If not, I would have had a very angry email sent to Nintendo.
No.
That's not what I meant, but okay. Wow, I am really struggling. Give me a second. There we go.
Oh, damn.
Wow, that was good.
What?
But not again.
Disneyland.
Okay. Rude.
I mean, you're gonna win. Maybe.
Unless I kill myself.
Unless you jump off
normally
the
do,
edge.
like I normally do.
I don't know. Oh wait, no, I have played Smash recently. I played it last night with Preston together, and then I ditched them for Kirby.
Oh, okay.
Ah, damn it. If you jumped a little higher.
Yeah.
Huh? Nope. Oh, no, I'm okay actually. No, thank you.
Oh, what? Wow, that was good. There we go.
There we go.
Good stuff.
Good stuff. So weird being on this tiny screen. We should send a snap of this to Skylar and Preston.
Yeah.
And Marin.
Let's do it. I got it. One is talking about me in the group chat, and I'm so scared, but I can't talk about it. Oh shit! I didn't
That's
take that
not.
picture.
But you almost just hit send for no.
Funny, okay?
Yeah.
Maybe take your water up with you, you know? If possible.
No.
Oh, Warren? Oh, we finally said, is this the campaign link?
Yeah. You feel
Oh,
cold?
thank God, Warren.
I'm cold.
I'm so scared.
Yeah, I feel cold.
Oh yeah, we might get some new characters because I still haven't unlocked them all because I've played since.
No, I'm pretty sure you have all of them except for they're all in
I'm a little bit too tired.
Like you've encountered all of them, but you just
I'm
haven't
sure
beaten
it's like
them.
Oh, they changed
All right,
the
there should
performance
be.
time to 7:30 tonight, so we can
Pokemon
go home
Trainer,
and
I
just
love
sleep.
Pokemon
I
Trainer.
accept
And you don't have to be there
How
till
about
7.
Meta Knight?
I need it. Yeah, okay.
Where is Meta Knight?
You
know he's right here.
7:15, they said.
He's here all the way in the corner.
I got an email, so.
What? Oh my God.
I just want to go
big.
already.
Well, it's fine. It'll be easier to tell the difference now because they're both round and small.
Yeah. Oh, why this map?
I don't know, I'm randomized
Fix your hair.
No, I'll just wait.
Want me to rub your back?
Nope.
Do you want to take off your sweatshirt or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna take it off. But I'm cold.
Oh.
Nice. Why is this working?
Because it's Kirby.
Where am I?
You're there.
Oh.
Oh wait, I can't. I was about to be like, oh wait, I can't tell if that's. Why did you jump into that?
I don't know.
Oh, no, Kirby, no.
I really thought you were about to.
I also thought I was. Oh my god.
That was almost the end right there.
This is a bad map for Kirby.
This is a bad map for everyone.
This is a bad map for...
I can't. Why did I do that? What was my plan? I genuinely, I don't. Where am I going? What is my plan here?
I don't know. Have you been playing Meta Knight a lot? Oh wow.
Not really. Like I've beat Skylar a few times, but
if that didn't kill me, I would have been like, what the fuck? Why did I jump into that?
I don't know. Wow, we had the same plan there. Nope.
Oh fuck.
Wow, that was a good play by me. Another good play by me. Good stuff. Oh, okay.
Jumps off edge.
Oh no, because all of
you didn't even try your recovery. You just slowly fell.
All of Meta Knight's moves after you use them flick you into free fall, so you can't recover. Which makes no sense because he has wings.
You killed me once.
Yeah. Okay, better map this time, please.
Well, we'll see. It's the train map.
I'd actually take that.
I'd take the train map. I don't. I'm going through my. I'm kind of being done with disliking Smash. I play it more now, but like. Oh, this is a good map. Oh, that could have been super bad.
Wow, that was good. Where am I? Oh, I'm.
You're actually dead.
Oh, good stuff.
I don't think I've ever done the possession of Meta Knight actually.
Where? Oh.
You're. Oh, did you just jump off the edge?
On accident, I side B'd too far.
You be too far. Is the Hoya gonna be the new Electro Smash?
I don't know. Ah, fine.
No.
Oh, you're kidding. That I was like, bro, you better not.
Oh my god.
Finally, Jesus. At least you won't 3-stock me. God.
In the Meta Knight skin. Get over here.
Down. Alright. Well.
Hi, Gabby.
Hey.
Sorry, I'm just gonna.
Really, Gabby?
Toddlers in a restaurant. You like
my iPad.
It's actually a Switch, Maddie. You. Oh, I'm so sorry. I got her.
Mommy, give me my iPad.
Maddie, if you had a Switch, you would be playing Animal Crossing right now.
Yeah, facts.
Or if you were good at Smash, you would be playing with us.
Hey, I played Smash like.
Oh my god! I thought it was you.
What?
I just need like one good hit on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we should probably stop now. What time is it?
12:31. We still have like
10 minutes. Okay.
10 or 14 minutes.
We can play.
I'm done with Mennonite. It's not a Mennonite day.
It's not a Mennonite day.
Oh yeah.
What day is it? You know, when in doubt. Oh, never mind. You don't have dark mitt.
I don't.
I'm
Yeah, I told you I don't have all of them.
I know.
You wanna play a little?
Would you be mad if I stood in front of you?
Do you wanna play? I'll try it out with you.
I would be very good.
No, you'd be so good.
Oh, you're right, you're right.
You wanna play?
So good.
Here.
Are you guys gonna be sitting in my chair the whole time? Because it kind of squeezes.
You just wait for Maddie. I'm Zelda, by the way.
We can quit and if you want to pick a character.
No, I like Zelda. Come socialize. What are we?
This is me.
Actually,
Okay, that's me. Wait, then.
you know, wait, guys, both of you stop right now. Also,
Oh, good.
Oh, great. That does
Okay,
something.
ready?
That does something. That does nothing. Oh, that does slow falling. Okay, I got this.
Okay, ready?
Yes. Yep. So ready. So ready. Wait, I can't. No.
Hit up on the stick or hit Y.
It's live, right?
It should be running.
It should be running. There's actually just a couple.
Am I winning? Are you winning, son? No.
You probably walk to the front of the
Very,
staging room.
right
very
now
badly.
they're
Oh,
both
there's
live,
no light.
but Maddie's at
Yeah,
91%
but you can see the
damage.
Can you see the image on the screen?
I'm just dodging. Guess the one who's like randomly.
He's gonna rotate a little.
He's gonna dodge them.
The not
Hey, did
the
I
one.
do that?
Well, considering that Tayah hasn't really taken much damage.
Hey, I thought that I did something. I was just excited.
Why
Or did I do that? Because I'm a badass. I know what I'm doing. Hey, I did that. I did that.
Can you die already?
No. What does that mean?
Thank you, Jesus. High percent is bad.
High percent is really bad.
Wait, okay. Wait, pause, please. Do I have a shooting thing? Can I shoot?
Yes,
How
side
do I
B.
shoot?
So hold this.
Yeah.
Side.
Oh,
No, other B. That one.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can control it with the stick, and when you release B, it.
Hey, stop. I wasn't ready. Okay, now I'm ready.
Yeah, wait, this is the
Oh, I remember. Okay, I remember this character now.
No, yes. Bottom button.
I'm
Bottom button.
trying.
Just bottom button by itself.
you haven't been
It'll just drag Tayah on its own.
Okay.
No.
Triforce unit.
I hate Zelda's Triforce.
Stop. She's my favorite. That was cute. Maddie, are you winning? Are y'all winning, son? No, I don't think so. I'm doing my best, though.
Unless Tayah is somehow really bad.
a lot of
No. Wow. Wait, how do you? Can I do the disappear thing? Like right in time. How do you do the disappear thing? Up, down. I did up, down. Oh, okay, got it.
Or you can try your magic.
If you also, as you do it, if you do the hold round after you disappear, you can change the slow location.
Wait, what am I doing?
Well,
I'm acting like this is so much effort for me.
it's not. Press buttons.
No, I was trying to dodge. Did I die again? Wow.
It would tell you if you're dead.
It would be game over. Very good.
Yeah. It's still not yet.
Where are you?
I'm
Stop
here.
disappearing.
You're about to get your Triforce back, though.
What does that mean?
Your final.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
No, no.
BB. I did it. Did I miss you?
Oh, yeah, that's so stupid. I hate that so much.
I got it. Why am I over here? Hello? What time is it? Wait, no.
It is.
What is that thing over there?
That's your final.
12:36.
12:46?
Oh, can't go through that.
So Maddie's really gonna die.
No.
Unless you somehow knock Tayah off from that.
I got it.
That's the back.
Aww.
Nope, you're alive. Nope,
Oh
Maddie's
my
still
God.
alive.
Wait. That didn't happen.
Now Maddie.
Why are you mad at me? That was
not have won that fight.
Or just like
It was
after.
closer than I thought, to be honest with you.
Because it's so
I have a feeling that
stupid. I know.
After. Gabby.
Okay. No, but seriously, that's my horses.
Gotcha.
No, no, no.
Gabby.
No, thank you.
I'm sitting opposite.
Oh, I know.
I'm sitting in front of his. Well, you can't see me.
Gabby.
I'm out and further out.
Where's my phone?
Yeah, because I want it.
I don't. Have you seen my phone? No. Have you seen it? No.
Did you leave it at the park?
No.
Okay.
Maddie, did you leave your phone at the park?
Okay.
No, I didn't. Maybe I left it in the bag. Maddie, go find your phone.
You guys can sit here. How was your break? So, did you get any moon dust or? Any severe
What's in for your phone?
I'm so tired.
Want some chocolate? No.
I found it. Oh.
Maddie, you idiot.
Don't worry, guys.
You stupid. Please stop texting me good luck. Every time I hear that, it makes me so
It makes me
so.
Yeah.
Alright, here you go.
I had him in my
These four rows are all reserved.
Jody.
I want to see a lot of squid. Why no squid?
He was
Yeah.
Do you have a
Like
different
unless you own like a
No,
wig
I
squid.
just haven't been riding with that.
I don't let me sideways.
Yeah. For squid. Jersey goat. Which one is it?
I've been able to visit. But yeah. So he got that injury as soon as he was in years, so he had a lot of scars. Achilles wise, he got a test for it.
Hello? Echo?
Hi.
There's no echo.
It was good, but
It's ridiculous. Squid. Exactly. I miss the squid.
Are you gonna be a wanderer?
I am.
yeah.
And then I'd stop and he'd look at me. I love the fact that when I stop him, he'd be like, are we done? And then I'd run back or rerun. Are we vibing? Alright, looks like I have to go. Bye. Candy's home.
Well, you're almost there.
I really don't care what happens. I don't really care what happens. I'm really cool. Yeah. But I have to take it off in like 10 minutes, so maybe after. I don't feel bad at all. I don't care.
Buying yourself some time. Better not have a what?
They closed down my last school this week. I'm tired.
Good work.
Why do you keep coming down here? You're nervous. Wow, that's impressive.
We're gonna cross.
Oh my god, why is it so close?
Hold your fire.
Oh my god, if this is sports.
Got
Because Illinois too.
That's all. Yeah, got the full family.
Okay, yep.
All right.
Where they take one class. Yeah. Yeah.
But that might be.
Yeah, they're gonna be. He's gonna be in Amsterdam for now. Okay. And then.
Yeah, I think so.
But then. All right. Yes. He gets home.
Okay, if everybody could grab seats again. Thanks for making it back from lunch. Always a nice transition. This morning we dove into some heavy-duty topics. And Maddox really represents the shift now that we've been going through into activities that our kids have gotten involved in, whether it's flying, whether it's working with horses, whether it's surfing, whether it's art, that have become passions of each of our students. And so we're diving into a section of today that really dives into each of those activities and looks at them more closely. So next up, though, we're going to have Reed talk to us about surfing. Now, our deep dive down Reed's history is a little shorter than the rest. He's only been with us a couple of years, but we do have some throwback pictures for him that I'm sure he's also not going to like. So here we go. And somehow this guy's going to talk to us about surfing. Reed Spencer.
Hi, my name is Reed Spencer, and today I'll be talking to you about surfing. I know what you're probably thinking. You decided to study surfing for your ITri. You know we live in Idaho. We don't have much access to any oceans. But let me explain. As far back as I remember, I've always been a fish in the water, and surfing quickly became one of my favorite things to do. Even when I was a baby, my father would throw me on his board and paddle me out with him. Surfing is a near and dear sport to me, and I cannot imagine myself not doing it the rest of my life. When I first started my ITri, my main goal was just to make a surfboard. It had always been a dream of mine to learn the process of making my own board with my own two hands. But as the project went along, I dove deeper into the subject of surfing. I decided that I wanted to learn the entire ins and outs of surfing, the history, the culture, the science, and so on. I wanted to get into the minds of local surfers. I wanted to know how they saw the sport, a recreation or lifestyle, therapeutical or engaging. When I first started researching surfing, I mainly delved into the science, and for my thesis, I argued the connection of science to surfing and proved that it is not as simple and laid-back sport as it's perceived as. It uses the complicated patterns of the ocean and its unpredictability, the analysis of beaches and its seabed, the complicated physics of how water moves on a wave, and the multitude designs of surfboards. One example of this is Pipeline, arguably one of the best surf breaks in the world. It is located on the north shore of Oahu, Hawaii, which makes it very open to northern winter swells in the Pacific. The makeup of the beach under the water is made up of coral, which keeps the break consistent and has the perfect incline to create perfect, fast, large barrels on days with big swells. When I went on my field studies, I got to go to a surfing museum in Oceanside, California, where I was able to learn a lot about the history of surfing, mainly where surfboard evolution has gone. I saw early models of surfboards and learned a lot about big characters in surfing, such as Donald Takayaka, a famous board shaper. When I was in California, I was also able to get a hands-on look at famous surfing spots along the West Coast and eventually even go to Hawaii. I got to see Mavericks, Breakers, Oceanside, Rincon, Steamers, Pipeline, and so on. Analyzing these famous surfing spots allowed me to see exactly why and how these spots generate such impressive waves. When I was on my field studies, I also interviewed local surfers and picked their brains about the physical and social topics about surfing. This allowed me to get a better understanding on how people see surfing in other parts of the globe that I am not from. Here's a short video of it and my trip. So we can start off, how long have you been surfing for?
Let's say I started when I was about 13, and so that's been about 60 years now.
Since 1961. So.
I've been in it my whole life, surfing and around surfing.
So what do you think is the general culture in this part, the world surfing on this side of the West Coast? Do you think it's very hot-headed and aggressive?
Yeah, it's really competitive, and I know a lot of people will think, oh, surfing is so cool, the surfers are so mellow, but surfers are pretty aggressive, and understandably so. I mean, there's a lot of localism that's involved, and maybe, I don't know how you feel about localism, maybe something that I had to put up with.
A little of both. It depends on where you're at. There's always been that aggro type of mentality in surfing, even when I first started surfing as a kid.
It's such a small, tight-knit community of surfers here on the East Coast, and New York, obviously. So you have more of a community kind of feeling here with surfing on Long Island.
Is there any special funeral or memorial sort of thing when a local surfer dies here? Because you see a lot of people do a lot of special things.
Yeah, they always have traditional. We have paddle out. They spread the ashes in the water. There usually is a canoe, and depending on how popular, well known the surfer is, get a lot of guys that paddle out. My dad's funeral was a paddle out. My dad was a surfer from the 40s,
why do you surf?
I don't care what anybody says about football, any other sport. Surfing is the greatest sport in the world. It is the greatest sport in the world. There's nothing like it. You cannot beat that feeling of gliding. You cannot beat that feeling of being in the water, being covered, to get a little shack, no matter how big it is, whether it's head high or just maybe waist high. To get that one way, just to feel that movement, that motion, just to feel that rhythm, that rhythm of just riding that wave, and just climbing and dropping, and just, everything that you can do with it. And if you make a wave, great. If not, you did your best. It's just the beauty of it.
Okay. On my field studies, I also made a surfboard. The only words I could think to use to describe it was fun and relaxing. I made a 6'2" octo shortboard with 5 fins and a swallowtail. If you have no idea what that means, it's basically the most generic surfboard shape, but with a V at the end. Here is a time lapse of it. There it is.
Cool. It's also very cold.
Right now I let her motivate. What the job is trying to do is right. Listen, and I almost lost it all. Back when I was just a little lost. But now it's not too late.
something happened. Well, you got the gist of it. All in all, I found this project very interesting to me. It was very intriguing getting a deeper understanding for the sport I love. I love the meticulous process of learning and making a surfboard. Seeing all these famous surfing spots in person in contrast to seeing them in all of my life on the internet was enthusiasing. I have to thank all the people I interviewed and the people that helped me through the process. Listening to their stories surrounding surfing was so fun. I am so thankful that I was able to explore surfing and learn things that I would not have ever known without this project. Yes.
The first surfboard you ever made, because you looked like you knew what you were doing every step of the way.
Well, I kind of cut out all the parts where I was just standing around thinking for a while. I had 2 people that I was communicating with, like asking them questions, and I mostly used the internet, just YouTube videos and stuff. Matt?
Spencer, what was like the most interesting science-related thing that you learned in the process, whether it's about the waves or the weather or the physics in surfing?
Repeat the question. Oh, so Matt just asked what was the most interesting thing in the science of surfing, and I would say it has to be the stuff that's kind of unknown, like how swells are made. We know it's made from wind and storms, but like we're not completely sure on how that wind and those storms transfer into kinetic energy into the ocean. And I kind of find that interesting. And there's also the idea of rogue waves that we really don't know a lot about. We don't really know how they're formed, which is when a wave is formed in the open ocean and that's taller than we can even physically understand. So yeah, it's really hard to see up here. Yeah.
Have you gone to surf on your surfboard that you made yet?
Well, you were about to see it, but it kind of cut out a little short. I didn't get to test it in the ocean because I didn't finish it before I went to Hawaii and California. But I did go to if anybody knows where the rope bridge is down by the bike path, I went down there and I grabbed the rope and stood up in the river, which was pretty fun. So. Point.
Where is the surfboard?
Oh, it's actually just right out there, so you can see it after. Maggie.
Your message on your surfboard, surf where you live, is that like the motto to live by? Are you cool with going to visit spots, or I don't know? How do you feel about it?
I mean, well, there's not a lot of surfers in Idaho, so I feel like that was just like a saying that was kind of related to where I am. Because I'm originally a surfer from New York, and I would go constantly every weekend there. But when I moved here, I haven't really gotten the chance so much. So.
You snowboard. Do you see the relationship between the two? How are they set
Sure.
up different?
Like
Repeat.
So I snowboard. Is there a relationship? And yeah, there's definitely a relationship. I don't know how similar it is in the physical side. They're pretty different, but you know, like the atmosphere and culture, I would say, is very related. Okay, I'm Lucas. I don't see you. Lucas.
Would this surfboard actually like work in the ocean?
Yeah. I mean, I hope so. I mean, I didn't really get to test it, but from what I can tell, I've been surfing all my life for 18 years, so I've seen a lot of boards, and I would say it would work. It is a little rough around the edges. One thing I would have changed is making it look a little nicer, because some of the paint kind of chipped off when I did the last coating and stuff. So, Jaden.
How long did it take you to make that surfboard?
Let's see. Took me about, I guess, 3 weeks in total of going somewhere between like 6 and 12 hours each day. I know a professional could get it done in like 3 days, but I was really taking my time with it, so. Yeah.
So why 5 fins, and is that better than 3 fins or 1 fin?
Well, you wouldn't actually use 5 fins when you go out. You'd either use between 2 and 4. You would never, no one ever uses all 5 fins, but when I was making the board, I kind of just designed my own shape, and I didn't know how many fins would work best for it. So like when I actually go surfing on it, I'm gonna, you know, first put in 3, and then if I like the feel of that, I'll stick with it, or maybe then I'll put in 2 fins, and the other ones will just be empty. And yeah. Yeah.
Where do you get the styrofoam? Like, is there a place you can just get?
I got the styrofoam online. She asked where I got the styrofoam.
So there's just a place you can get?
Yeah, you can just, there's a lot of websites that just sell it online, or you could have just gone to you know, any hardware store and probably bought in some styrofoam, and because it's just like the most general styrofoam. But it would have been really hard to cut out my own blank and glue it, and so I, you know, saved the hassle for me on that part. Maddox.
Why is there like cut out like whole things in the fins? Like I've never seen that.
What do you mean? Like the fins? Like the fin?
Yeah, like on the surfboard that you made, there's like little indents, like divots in the fin.
On the fin itself.
Oh, I didn't buy fins for my board yet because I forgot. So those were temporary fins for when you glue the actual like holder into the board. You have to put temporary fins in to like wrap tape around it and force it down. So there's those holes to like wrap tape around it. Yeah, I wouldn't surf with those fins. So. Okay, Max. Can't see.
Is styrofoam the only material you make surfboards out of, or what's some other materials?
Well, people have used a lot of materials. It used to be originally, you know, the old early boards were made out of wood, but in somewhere I think around the 80s or 90s, they started switching to styrofoam because it was lighter. But people still make boards out of wood. They're just really heavy, so what they do now is they usually hollow the entire thing out like a canoe, and then it's a board. But people have used carbon fiber too, and I think that's about it though. Okay.
One word Reed didn't use or any of the people he interviewed used when they were talking about their relationship to the waves was creativity. And maybe we're going to hear a little bit about why in this next presentation. But anyway, we're going to hear from Grace on one of her passions, and she'll give you more. But before we dive into it, let's do a little throwback for Grace. That's not terrifying. Grace Rogers.
Hi. Okay, so back in the fall when we were first asked to start considering
ideas for ITri, I very adamantly insisted that I didn't want to do anything with art. I was going to try something completely new to me because I always chose to do something with art in any project I could. So this time I was going to subvert expectations. I was going to do something completely foreign to me. And well, here we are, 6 months later. Let me tell you about my project on creativity and visual art. I've always loved making art and have been scribbling on any paper I could find ever since I was tiny. I went through my phases: wolves, dragons, and that classic first grade art phase of designing islands with only the most important amenities. Yeah, that's from when I was in like first grade. Don't know what's going on there. For the longest time, creativity and art always meant the same thing. Whenever I had to choose a trait that my friends described me as in an online quiz, I'd always say creative. To me, creativity meant art, and I made art. So I thought that adding an exploration of creativity as part of my ITri on art would be a fun little challenge and just sort of add to the whole thing. I didn't think it would become that big a deal or become like the main part of it. But, well, then I realized that no one can agree on a definition of creativity. And there are so many different aspects and influences in it, such as the culture, inspiration, flow state, and also everything varies person to person. And also, one of my main sources is this guy, and I'm going to have to write his name out so many times I memorize it. That's fun. This paper's going to be a breeze. So, what is creativity? Okay, after months of rewriting and thinking and reframing, my thesis ended being this. Definitions of creativity differ on the importance of the collective and the individual, but the common threads are the role of culture, inspiration and flow, and personal fulfillment. One of the most important things to note when talking about creativity is that no one can agree on what creativity is, which makes everything a lot easier. The Oxford definition is the use of imagination or original ideas, especially in the production of an artistic work, which is probably what we all assume creativity to be, right? Let me introduce to you Robert. I can't pronounce his full name, so I'm just going to call him by his middle name. Robert was a Hungarian-American psychologist who pioneered the idea of the flow state, as well as writing a book called Creativity, which is about, you guessed it, creativity and how it relates to flow. What does Robert say that the definition of creativity is? Robert says that the traditional definition of creativity is to bring into existence something genuinely new that is valued enough to be added to that culture. Am I a creative person? All right, Robert, I see you out there naming who you consider creative people to be, like Einstein and Mozart. You're setting a high bar, but give me 5 weeks. I'm sure I can get on that level. Okay, so maybe I'm not creative. And creativity isn't specific to art. My life is a lie, and my 10-year-old self is going to have to come up with a new default answer for all those online quizzes. Okay, so Robert says we have to influence the culture now. But what is the culture? Well, here in the good old United States of America, we live in a Western individualist culture. The West and the East are often contrasted and compared, and how creativity varies between the two is especially interesting. In Western cultures, like I mentioned, they're mostly individualist, which means they favor the individual over the collective group. In Western cultures, with creativity, they value novelty and newness. However, this novelty is not meant for the individual, but rather the collective. It is a work towards a future point that benefits the culture as a whole. Eastern cultures, on the other hand, tend to be more collectivist, which means they favor the collective over the individual. Eastern creativity has an emphasis on tradition and usefulness, but
Eastern creativity tends to include some aspects that aren't often seen in Western creativity, such as an emphasis on internal reflection and meditation. They have an emphasis on the self. So, Western and Eastern cultures, which are individualist and collectivist, respectively, have an emphasis creatively on the collective and the individual. They are the opposite of both each other and also themselves. That's fascinating. Another aspect that came up in my research was the flow state. So we need to talk about Robert again. Robert came up with this state, and he describes it as an automatic, effortless, highly focused state of consciousness. This can be seen in physical activities like rock climbing or swimming, as well as more mentally focused activities like writing. So Robert outlines 9 aspects of flow in creativity, and there's a lot there, so I'm not going to go through all of that. But the last one is what really caught my attention. The activity becomes autotelic. So, autotelic, meaning it has an end or purpose in and of itself. That's an interesting idea, especially coming from Robert, since he has put such an emphasis on the collective having such an important role and that opinion of the collective being such a critical and crucial part of creativity. This idea of autotelic experiences, which we can also call self-fulfillment, is, I find it present in my work. It feels great. A lot better to be happy with the work you're making than when you're not. I don't need a scientific paper to tell me that. And I mean, a lot of artists can agree with that idea. You got, Andy Goldsworthy, Virginia Woolf, Frida Kahlo, all sorts of people, like in art, you can see and you can feel that having self-fulfillment in the work you produce is an important part of creating. This book I read for my project, Art and Fear, which was written by 2 artists, David Bales and Ted Orland, goes into this idea a bit more, and I won't recite everything they say, but they mention that problems arise when we confuse others' priorities with our own. I think it's interesting to look at this, which is a Western source, and compare it to Robert's definition, which also a Western source, which kind of shows that despite being from the same culture, both of these have drastically different views in what is most important when it comes to creativity. Here, saying, don't worry about the audience, but Robert says otherwise. Anyways, I've talked a lot about different people's thoughts on creativity and art and whatnot. What did I do for my field study? Okay, you know how I started this by saying I didn't want to do an art project? Yeah, big fail on that part. For my field study, I ended up spending 5 weeks making art. And honestly, talking about my own art and processes is so much harder than talking about creativity. But I'll try my best. The first piece I made was the one in which I can most clearly describe where I got my inspiration. On the first day of the project, I went for a walk. It was snowing, and the birds were out since it was April. And I remember thinking about how usually when it's snowing, you can't hear the birds. When it snows, oftentimes it ends up muffling all of the noises, so it's just kind of silent. But today, I was able to hear the birds, and the snow ended up actually kind of drowning everything out, but amplifying the birds, which brought my attention to the birds. Side note, I have had a tendency in the past to make bird art, and it's kind of my go-to when it comes to traditional mediums like this. I did my best during this project to limit the bird art, but I had to give in a little bit. You can't expect me to spend 5 weeks making art and not draw a bird or 2. Anyways, This was the first piece I made of the project. It's a bird. I'm not very good at planning out my pieces. You can see my concept sketch up there. That's really about as planned out as my pieces get. I do not have the patience to completely plan out my entire sketch, my entire piece, because, well, one, I know I'm going to change at least some things about it in the future, and also, I just want to start painting. I don't want to deal with all this pencil stuff. I want color. So, you can kind of see it changed a little bit. That one's mostly in black and white, and I was planning for the background and tree to be a lot more muted than it actually ended up being. I made the critical mistake of opening up one too many paint colors, and it's sort of my feral color gremlin inside me took over. Honestly, one of the hardest parts when I'm talking about my process is talking about where I get my inspiration, because really, I don't know. This was one of the pieces I made. It is a boat in a thunderstorm. I don't know where this came from. Like a vision appeared in my head, and I was like, yeah, let's try that. That sounds cool. What? Yeah, especially after doing all of this research on inspiration, and creativity, you think I'd be able to explain it a bit better, but honestly, I don't know what's going on in there. I made a lot of art over these weeks. Some is for myself, just stuff I want to do. Some is for other people, either inspired by or made for. Some is for just no one in particular. Some of this art is very stupid. Others took a lot of effort and time. But generally speaking, I'm pretty happy with how they all turned out. I'm not going to show you everything, because that would take too long, and some of that is only meant for me and my eyes to see. Some of it isn't even made for anyone in mind, like the piece I made at the river. During this project, I also talked with a couple other local artists to get their own thoughts and opinions on creativity and their work, which was an incredible experience. But what else did I learn during this field study? Did I learn anything? Yes, obviously. Spent 5 weeks doing stuff. I learned I could write a book on the things I learned about charcoals. I learned to have a weakness for bright colors, but I kind of already knew that. I also learned that I have a tendency to be productive at the least convenient times. I wrote this script, or at least a version of it, at 2 in the morning. What did I learn about my own creativity? Well, I learned that I definitely have a Western mindset when it comes to my creativity. What that means for me is that I really do take the audience or collective of my work into consideration when I'm working on a project or a piece. A big reason why this presentation is so stressful is because this entire time I have been so consumed with what you all will think of my project. You have been like a main motivator for me throughout this whole thing. I would like to personally thank you for that. My fear of your opinion has kept me going. Anyways, the focus in a project like this is always on the presenter, which in this case seems a little selfish when, you all have such a big influence on it. So thank you. Anyways, back to me. Throughout the last week or so of this project, I was really having a hard time trying to answer a question that always seemed so simple. Am I a creative person? It seems like a pretty straightforward yes-no scenario, but I've spent the past several months trying to define creativity and struggling immensely with that. So how am I supposed to answer this? A week ago, on Thursday, it was my last day of the project. And I had a phone call with my mentor, Jenna Grossman. And I asked her about her work and her own thoughts on creativity. We ended up having a conversation about Eastern versus Western creativity. And then that kind of helped us find the answer. This pressure I have on myself to be able to answer this question is very Western. I have this pressure on myself because I am giving a presentation to you, and I feel that if I am not able to answer this, I will be considered a failure. My project will be a failure. But the thing about creativity is, it is not a simple noun to be used to art making. Creativity is like a living, evolving beast. How the heck am I supposed to fit it in a box, slap on a label, and claim, this is what creativity is, this is what I am? How am I supposed to do that? I'm worried I'll be seen as hypocritical if I recognize my own Western mindset but don't apply that to all the points of my project. But I'm worried about being seen as a hypocrite from the collective. And honestly, creativity, the existence of other types of creativity, like, okay, Western creativity exists, and so does Eastern creativity, and they both exist at the same time. The fact that one version exists does not negate or erase any other types of creativity. So why can't I think with multiple types of creativity? So, what if I don't answer the question? What if I don't answer the question and it's not a failure? I realize I don't need to answer the question because it's not really something that needs to be answered. However, if you have any other questions for me, I am here to answer them best I can. Tayah,
are you a creative person?
Tayah, I just answered that. Next question. Okay, I really can't see. Yeah. Whoever. Lucas.
Are you creative?
Yeah, Tayah just asked that. The answer, I don't know. Who's next?
There's people up on the
Coco. Okay, I really can't see. Coco.
Do you think as well as a different definition across cultures for creativity as well as like a different definition across other art forms, like painters' creativity versus writers' creativity?
Okay, the question is about in addition to different definitions of creativity across cultures, as well as different types of creativity across different art forms. That's a really good question. Okay, so for this, my aspect, I didn't really look that much at the actual, what is art aspect of it. I ended up looking more at the stuff presented in my thesis. So I would say maybe, probably so, because if you have stuff like writing, you're focused more on the words themselves and the images those produce. Whereas painting or something, you can really be more focused on colors and shapes and more as abstract variables that you can't really, that don't really exist as much in other types of art forms. So I'd say, yeah, I think creativity can definitely vary on the medium you're using. Okay. Lemon.
What was your favorite art piece?
My favorite art piece? That's hard. I'm actually not sure. I really like all the stuff I made, honestly. Yeah, I'm really happy with all of it. So I don't think I could choose a single piece. Yeah, Maddox.
How many art pieces do you make?
How many art pieces did I make? Well, I made 6 big paintings on canvas. And then as for my sketch, I made a bunch of stuff in my sketchbook, and I did a few charcoal things as well. So overall, I'm not really sure the exact number, but yeah. Nathan. Oh, Nathan.
Great presentation, Grace. Thank you.
Thanks.
And I know I promised softball questions, but
Oh, great.
I'm so curious. You know, your research phase was books and reading and writing, and it's all language.
Mm-hmm.
And which are the right words? And then your field phase is so nonverbal, right? It's images and it's colors and both creative. And I'm just wondering, like, is part of the problem that creativity is sometimes just a nonverbal thing, or like, how are you thinking about those two halves as like totally wrapped up in language and then not at all?
Right. So Nathan's question was like, having looked at creativity and reading about it, like looking at it and exploring it through language and like written text versus actually using like a less verbal or less like language-based way to look at it. I definitely do think that like it's really hard to articulate. Like when you make art, I've found it's really hard to articulate like where I get my ideas, and like it's hard to take what's inside my head and like make it into words that work good. Yeah, I definitely think that is absolutely a barrier to being able to like fully understand and grasp the idea of what creativity is. Jaden.
What's your least favorite art piece?
Least favorite? It's also hard. Like I said, I'm really pretty happy with most of them. I don't know if I could really choose a least favorite. And if I did, I probably wouldn't show it. Willa?
Do you feel like, you were talking about the flow state with that scientist, do you feel like you ever were in that state throughout this project? And do you feel like the way you perceive creativity is different when you're in that state, if that's something you can recognize?
Oh boy. Okay, the question was about if I ever get into the flow state when making art and if I can recognize a difference in my creativity. Okay, yes, I definitely do go into the flow state, or I definitely like have moments where I do like lose track of time and all I'm really focusing on is the work I'm making, which is great. I love that. But I think the biggest thing I notice about that is like I am completely focused on what I'm doing. And a lot of the time that isn't really the case, but like when I'm able to like get into that mindset and just work, I like that. That's good. Yeah.
So I'm curious, you said that you didn't want to do a project on creativity, so what ideas did you explore and throw away before you moved back to creativity?
Okay, the question was, since I said I didn't want to do a project on art or creativity, what my other ideas were. I was thinking botany, I was thinking metalworking, I wanted to make a sword, I wanted to look at comic art, but I always ended up back at visual art, so yeah. Is there anything else? Sarah.
I was wondering, like, how do you use the word creativity? Do you think creativity is like an action or a state of being, or like how?
Okay, how I use the word creativity is like action or state of being. Okay. Creativity is a funky word. It's hard. Okay, this project has ruined like several words for me. I can't like use the word creativity or inspiration or talent without completely overthinking it. So I think it depends on the context. Robert, he talked about in his book, like there's a difference between like being personally creative and like being a creative person and a third thing. There are all sort of differences in that. I think, yeah, I'm not really sure. I think it really does kind of depend on the sentence or like the way I'm using it. Julie, yeah.
I just wanted to honor the creative way that you approach this in involving the audience so much in the dialogue. I think that's quite beautiful.
Yeah.
I wanted to, do schools kill creativity?
Do schools kill creativity? Oh boy. Well, that's hard to say because, again, when you say creativity, I don't know exactly what you mean. That's kind of the whole problem with this. When you say creativity, what part are you referring to? That's sort of the biggest problem I've come up with in this topic. Do schools kill creativity? Thanks for the easy question, by the way.
It's like the #1 TED Talk out there.
It's like the #1 TED Talk. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think like, with all things, it does kind of depend on the context, like how it's being used. Like, I think they're definitely, like, the sort of the sameness across a lot of schools and sort of the conformity that is encouraged really does sort of put a damper on, like, self-expression. So I think in some ways, yes, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So while Grace is afraid to answer the question, I'm not. Grace is creative, both from her art and from her performance that she just gave us, but also all the rest of the kids that are performing today are creative, whether it's surfing or coding. All of that takes a creative force. I also wrote down a new phrase that I learned today from Grace, one's feral color gremlin that lives within inside them. And this is definitely new to me because I can say my feral color gremlin mostly chooses plaid and khaki. So I don't know how creative that person is. So at this point, we're going to take a break, and we're going to, there's a gallery section out in the entranceway. We have a surfboard, and Reed will be there talking to you about it. We have art by Grace and Tayah. We haven't heard Tayah's presentation, but hold on, give me a second, hold on. Willa will be out there with her essay she wrote. Nora has a video which has some no-no words in it, so be careful. And so, yeah, we'll take the next little bit and we'll come back together. Thank you.
Grace, you did so good.
Robert.
Oh.
Have fun, Maddox. And Maddox, good work. Proud of you. Oh, you're going to stay? And these are all. These are all.
No pushing.
Are you flying there? Yeah, no.
Knock him dead.
Okay, awesome job. Yeah, well, it'll be dying for so we can go back and watch it again. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Expecting to not be there, but let's go be going. Yeah. No, that's what I would do. If I'm not feeling well, I'll literally give you two. I'll wait for the next 15 minutes later. Like we're talking to Robert. I've been there for hours. No. So as she's driving, they're very like Have you ever watched that TED Talk? I watched it ages ago, but it was literally 50 Google top 10 TED Talks ever. It's like Ken Robbins, so Ken Robbins, and she actually answered the well, I mean, yeah, but that's just
stressed that someone's going to come and I was doing parents by the stage right now. It's like a loser. Mind you, I have no plans for somebody to come into my bed. Like, I have a bathroom off my bedroom. It's not like the bathroom any guest would ever come into my bedroom. But now my bathroom's big.
Yeah, I think that's it.
But anyway, that's similar to the car accident. I know. I wonder if it's all about tomato and
Thank you. Yeah. I'll announce. See if anybody wants to.
I know it's just, I don't understand. But I know that, like, and I do know how to use chairs, and they're never. Oh, I think those are more fun. It's not like, I think a little bit more.
I had to wait, right? Like,
They must have said, They were hilarious. They were doing sketches. I think
going around the hall.
oh my god, Maddie, you're gonna kill it.
Like Maddie.
Hey, Chris. He's big.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, if everybody could settle down. Almost there. We have a couple left, saving the best for last. We've heard from various passions. We're about to step into one more, which is the world of horses, which I know very little about. Although, going through Maddie's presentation and listening to her, boy, there was a lot of similarities to education, and you'll hear that. So all of a sudden I felt like maybe I did know some things. Oh, and by the way, I also wanted to answer Julie's question, which I didn't answer before, which is, yes, schools kill creativity. So schooling, traditional schooling. But anyway, I want to step back into Maddie's world a little bit. And again, we get to do a deep dive. That's your body project, 6-7. Yeah, there's a lot going on in there. Just keep taking that in. Yeah, Billy. Oh, sorry. The older Lasky lurking in the background. Maddie Corkery.
Hey everybody, I'm Maddie Corkery, and I did my ITri on horse training. So before this project, I didn't really have any big or controversial opinions about the horse world like many equestrians have, as I just didn't feel experienced and knowledgeable enough to make a good argument. However, I did have my gut feeling, and something about traditional horse training always rubbed me the wrong way. I remember a lesson horse I used to ride when I was young. When he was being naughty, I was told to show him who's boss. I hated how the horse never really seemed to want to be around me. He would run away when I took his halter off, and he would only approach me if I had a bucket of grain. He would walk quietly next to me on the lead, and he was a fantastic, simple ride. But it was like sitting on a machine with no life. I'll never forget that horse and his eerily dull behavior. Now being in the horse world for over a decade, I've come across many more horses like that. And each time I scratch my head and wonder why people enjoy being around horses that appear like there's no life left in their soul. I love horses because of their unique personalities. When a horse doesn't have one, it sort of haunts me. That's why I started questioning the norm of training in the horse world. I was always taught to be the boss of the horse and be the alpha of their herd, but I always got that weird gut feeling that something didn't feel right every time I smacked my horse or hustled him backwards to scold him or ran him in frantic circles around me until he was relaxed and ready to ride, or dragged him closer to the thing he was afraid of until he stopped reacting to it. To a non-horse person, this stuff might sound crazy and obviously wrong, but these are pretty standard things in the horse world. It's what I was taught to do, and it's hard to question something when it's all you know. That is why I decided to do my project on horse training and write my thesis paper on positive and negative reinforcement, because I had doubts on what I had been taught and serious questions I wanted answers to. I wrote my thesis statement, which is, horse training methods that utilize positive reinforcement are more effective, ethical, and engaging to the horse in comparison to methods using negative reinforcement. Positive and negative reinforcement are practices used by all training with any animal. Negative reinforcement refers to the removal of a stimulus. For most, this stimulus would be pressure and release, quoted by Shelby Dennis. A common example of this pressure and release being used in the horse world is leg pressure. So you want the horse to move on, so you put your leg onto the horse's barrel, and when he moves faster, you release your leg. While in negative reinforcement, you remove a stimulus to get a desired response, positive reinforcement is when you add a reward when the horse has done the correct behavior. Clicker training is the most common form of positive reinforcement in horse training, where you tell the horse he has done the right thing with a food reward. I was already familiar with the concept of positive reinforcement, as I used it to train dogs, my cat, and here and there to teach a horse a trick. Although it always seemed odd to me that horses were rarely included in the vast amount of animals that were trained using positive reinforcement. Through my research for my paper, I found dozens of studies and evidence backing up my thesis that positive reinforcement is a more effective, ethical, and engaging than negative reinforcement. It confirmed those doubts that I always had about traditional horse training and encouraged me to seek a different approach to situations I may encounter with a horse. It also supported my concern that I always had for horses who were overly quiet and unresponsive all the time. Findings showing that this is often the behavior of a horse who was shut down and experiencing learned helplessness. When a horse shuts down due to stress and overstimulation, over time it can become a trauma response, and it could become the horse's automatic go-to when any amount of pressure is added. I think my concern for these horses demonstrating learned helplessness stems from my own experience as a kid. I had a very rough elementary school experience with teachers who tried to break me down, to conform and be a quiet, submissive student. This is eerily familiar to the exact training methods used on many horses, aiming to dampen their spirit and create a submissive, quiet animal who does as he's told without question or protest. I was upset seeing this method being used on the very animal that carried me throughout some very difficult years in my life. Horses were always there to help me through those elementary years, giving me a voice and a safe place to express myself. That brought me to where I am today, with a dream of being a horse trainer who values and respects the horse's opinion, listens to their needs, and works to develop a trusting relationship with them. I think because of the way I was treated by my own teachers as a child, that I could never turn around and do the same to a horse. I was a stubborn kid with a lot of spirit and fought back against my teachers until I found Sage, a place where I felt seen and understood, respected by my teachers, my opinion is important, and a strong spirit is valued, not broken. I wish to be that safe place for horses, where they can express themselves and their personality without fear of being punished. And positive reinforcement is that safe place, where they are not punished for their mistakes, but rewarded for their efforts. Even with all of this, as you can see in the video I will be playing for you shortly, my opinion on my thesis statement has changed a bit. I do still strongly believe that positive reinforcement is a valuable tool that more equestrians should be integrating into their training. However, I don't believe that it's the only right way to do things. Through gathering more knowledge and hands-on experience with my mentor during my field phase, I was able to see benefits that negative reinforcement can have. Though I learned lots about how to continue utilizing positive reinforcement as an ethical, effective, and engaging tool, I was taught more about negative reinforcement, and this helps me feel more confident using it. I discovered ways that a horse can still express themselves and avoid shutting down, even while using negative reinforcement methods. My dream for my future is to train horses professionally, and I will take any opportunity I can get to learn and get me closer to that dream. I went out onto the field phase of my ITri with my mentor, Dana Lovell, hoping to strengthen my ability to listen and observe what a horse is trying to communicate in a situation, as well as effectively but fairly communicate what my own wishes are to the horse. I also wanted to learn more about groundwork and liberty, as I believe that spending time with horses on the ground is honestly more fun, meaningful, and worthwhile than riding. That's just my opinion, though. I continued learning and practicing the use of both positive and negative reinforcement with Dana, as well as several valuable and important lessons that I will be taking forward into my future. I talk about these lessons in this video I put together. Please enjoy. Hey everyone, so my original idea for a video was to do something more like a vlog. But the problem is, most of my vlogs ended up something like this. Or like this. I'm in Peekaboo and I have to drive all the way home, and this is what my gas is looking like. Or like this. So I kind of had to regroup, and I decided to do kind of a list of the most important things that I took away from my internship and my ITri, and here they are. I think one of the biggest and most important things that I've learned during this project is how horses are very sensitive to the way that you're feeling and your energy. It's called co-regulating, to bring your energy up when you want the horse to be more up, and then being able to bring that right back down when you want the horse to come down and be relaxed. And not only is my ride going to be more relaxed and calm if I'm able to keep my energy down, is that it's also directly impacting my body posture. And the horse was feeling that tension. If I was able to get myself relaxed, then everything about my body just opened up. It just clicked for me. You know, it really hit me one day on this one horse I was riding. You know, I've been told for months that, Maddie, put your shoulders back. And no matter how many times I was corrected, I would just fall back into that defensive position. I think that I finally realized that fixing my position and my posture when riding, it really started emotionally. Like, I really had to address some emotional things before I was able to address my posture. Something else that my mentor really stressed to me is being able to listen to my heart and what I feel is right about a situation. If something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. You know, I've been riding for years. I've been on 100 different horses. I've been with several different trainers. Sometimes things just don't feel right, and you have this person telling you to do something, and yeah, you do it, but you get off of the horse feeling kind of icky. For so long, I've just felt very stuck because of things that people have told me that I needed to do, and I think I'm learning that if something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. And you know, I just need to take that feeling and actually utilize it. And is being able to really listen to my horse and respect what they're saying in a situation, and being able to find their threshold. You know, a lot of times we see this behavior as horses as just being naughty.
Why? He hasn't done that in forever.
I need to be able to recognize that he's not feeling comfortable in that situation and that he's reached his threshold or maybe even gone over it, and that I don't need to keep on pushing him through that. It's just not going to be constructive. I need to be sure that the horse is understanding everything that I'm asking them very clearly, because I think frustration stems from confusion, which can lead into worse behaviors. So I've learned to be very clear with my cues, and if I don't get a response, I either ask again more firmly, or I take a pause and look and figure out, why isn't the horse responding to what I just asked? Is it something that I did wrong in my cue? Is the horse uncomfortable with the situation? What do I need to do? So being a clear communicator is really important with, honestly, not just horses, and with people in general. And people really appreciate, I think, a person who can clearly communicate what they need from you. In the horse world, things can be really goal-oriented. So you're working up to that big horse show, or you want to jump this high in your next jump lesson. Sometimes our goals can be unrealistic if you take the horse into account. I've definitely experienced that, you know, wanting to jump this high in this lesson, but my horse keeps refusing. But it's okay to accept what's being offered, and that I'm not gonna maybe be able to reach that goal of that day, and that's okay. Maybe I can raise the pole a little bit. Little small steps towards bigger goals are really beneficial, and I think me and a lot of equestrians just have these big goals and we want to reach them as fast as possible. But we ask a lot of our horses every time we spend time with them. I need to be working towards these goals in a way that's fair to my horse. During my project, I was very fortunate enough to ride many different horses. I really learned how much of a blessing it is to be able to ride multiple horses. You know, I've never owned my own horse, and I was always kind of sad about that. And I think especially over my project, I've learned the value in riding different horses because each one has its own lessons to teach. It was really cool to be able to ride all these horses and really realize like what I need to fix about my riding. I have my own advantages that I've gotten from not having a horse and being able to ride so many other horses, and I'm really fortunate for that, for sure. So as I was talking about in my speech, I wrote my thesis about positive and negative reinforcement and how positive reinforcement can be really beneficial in working with horses. I still stand by that. I've actually learned through this project how to be able to utilize positive reinforcement more in my day-to-day life with horses, which has been super cool. But I've also learned, you know, that there's a time and place for negative reinforcement and also a time for both. And it was really cool to be able to kind of find that balance of being able to use the two. I was teaching this one horse, this little filly dragon, how to target a pedestal. I used a combination of the two. Even though my thesis paper was primarily about positive reinforcement, I will still be using negative reinforcement in my time with horses. And it's good that I've had a mentor who can, I think, make me more comfortable using it. And I've liked that I've been able to experiment with the two during this project and figure out how to better my skills in negative reinforcement and be more confident using that. And then also try out some more stuff with positive reinforcement and see the benefits that it definitely does have. All right. From my entire ITri, From my thesis paper to my internship, I have learned all of these lessons, along with how to utilize different tools, like positive and negative reinforcement. The way I work with horses and value their voice has been amplified by my research, experience with my mentor, and my own personal childhood experience. From this project, I hope to go into my future with this newfound knowledge and change the lives of many equines to come. I want to thank my mentor, Dana Lovell, for having me for all this time and teaching me all these amazing things, and my riding instructor, Megan Faraday, for also supporting me in this, and all the people that have allowed me to ride their awesome horses. It's been such a good time. So, yeah, thank you. All right, any questions? Yes, in the very, very back.
Do you think there can be positive reinforcements designed in a perfect world where you wouldn't have to use any negative reinforcements?
Yes, it's really hard to do with horses because, the question was, is there a way to do only positive reinforcement without negative reinforcement? And it's very difficult to do that with horses because basically everything that you're doing with them, even sitting on them, is negative reinforcement is a method because they're very sensitive. So everything that you're doing is a cue to them in a negative reinforcement sense. But there are people, I've seen videos of some people that are experimenting with trying to start horses and bring horses into a career without using any negative reinforcement, which I think is super interesting, and I don't really know if I have like a big opinion on that and if it's really good to do that or not, but it's very difficult, but it is possible, and some people have attempted it at least. So yeah. Yeah? Is that Asia?
Yeah. So you talked about the different, like, positive reinforcement versus negative reinforcement and how it had made you more uncomfortable in the past. But in your video, you talked more about how finding more confidence or even being more comfortable with using negative reinforcement. What led you to that?
The question was how I've become more comfortable over my ITri using negative reinforcement when it made me so uncomfortable in the past. And I think it's because I've learned more about how to read horses and see if they're uncomfortable with something that's happening to them. I think it made me uncomfortable when I was younger, especially because I didn't know, like, if I was doing something to the horse, I didn't know how they were really reacting to it and if it was a good or bad thing for them. And now through this, I've learned how to read horses a lot better. And if I see that something I'm doing is making the horse uncomfortable or upset, I can just stop and take a step back and assess the situation, where I didn't have the skills to do that before this, and that's made me feel a lot more confident and comfortable using negative reinforcement. Yeah. Nathan?
These answers you're giving right now make me want to ask you about the way you were talking about groundwork. It was a pretty small part of your presentation, but you talked about how you're really interested in pursuing that and how it's super fun. And so you mentioned just sitting on the horse is kind of like a form of negative reinforcement in a sense. So can you talk more about your experience with groundwork and what you found appealing about that?
It's funny. I've always loved horses, not only, I mean, I love riding, obviously, but I've always loved horses just because of the way that they are, not because of the things I can do with them and ride them and take them to competitions. I've never been into the competing world, or I've never really sought after riding as a huge part of my time with horses. I just enjoy being around them. If that means riding, then great. If not, great too. I just love being around horses, and it doesn't really matter if it's riding or being on the ground. Although I feel like spending time with horses on the ground, it's a lot easier to build that connection with them and that trust with them, which is something very difficult to do in the saddle. And I think everything starts on the ground first and then you work your way up. So yeah, that's why I like groundwork a little bit more.
Gertie has a question.
Gertie.
Is training a horse similar to training a dog?
It can be. The question was, is training a horse similar to training a dog? Not really. I mean, it can be, but horses are 1,000-pound, very opinionated, and sometimes dangerous animals. And, I mean, dogs can be dangerous, but dogs are a little bit more, they live in your house, and you live with them all the time. You don't typically live in your horse's stable. If you want to do that, I guess it's up to you. But I think it's different in a sense, but you can train dogs using negative reinforcement, and you can also train horses using positive reinforcement. So there's definitely some crossovers, but it's typically a pretty different process just to keep the person safe. Yeah.
George has a question. I don't know if you want to ask.
George?
What was your favorite part?
What was my favorite part? I think my favorite part, well, the whole field phase was just amazing, and I've learned so much, and I'm just going to be able to take so much into my future. But I think my favorite part was probably riding this Mustang. His name was Blackjack. He was that big black and white horse in some of those clips. He's a very, he's more sensitive, I think, than any horse I've ever ridden, and it was super interesting the way that he was able to, all of my body language was translating to his, and it was so easy to feel. Like I could instantly feel if I was tipping forward or leaning to one side a little bit because he'd respond so quickly. So just even a few minutes on him, and I felt like I was very balanced and way better of a rider. So that was super special.
Finn has a question.
Who?
Finn.
Finn?
What would be, if you're training a horse, your ratio of positive reinforcement to negative reinforcement?
Ooh, that's a good question. He asked what my ratio with using positive reinforcement versus negative reinforcement. I think it kind of depends on the horse. If I'm working with somebody else's horse, I feel more comfortable using negative reinforcement because that's typically what they already know. And sometimes introducing something new to a horse, especially if I don't know the owner of the horse and if they'll be comfortable with me doing that or not. So it totally depends on the horse, but I think typically I'd like to keep it like a 50-50 if possible. That won't be possible all the time, but that's what I'd like. Yeah, thank you. Jazzy?
How long did this whole process take you, and what are some examples of like the negative reinforcements that you were using for the one horse you were training?
The question was, how long did the whole process take me? I mean, man, we were just talking about this. We started working on our ITris months and months ago, Thanksgiving. And that's when I started thinking about it, and then writing my thesis paper, which took several weeks, and then my field phase was another 5 weeks. So basically since Thanksgiving. And then what was your second question? So I think with teaching Dragon the little filly, the question was, what are the examples of negative reinforcement that I used with teaching the horse to stay in one place? With Dragon, the little filly that I was teaching how to stand on the pedestal, I was using my whip, not to hit her obviously, but to kind of encourage her to step onto it. And then I would release all my pressure and give her a treat. So that negative reinforcement was me pushing her onto it with my energy and everything, and then releasing when she was there, as well as giving her a treat. So it's just that extra positive reinforcement to support that negative reinforcement I was using. And then with Mary and the cross ties, every time she would step forward, I would back her up, and then that was the negative reinforcement, so backing her up and then releasing when she was standing still, as well as giving her a treat when she was standing still for maybe over a minute, because that was pretty good for her at the time. So yeah, I think that's I think that's good. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
So there's a lot of good ideas in that presentation, but I don't want students getting too many ideas, but because we're definitely still going to be believing in negative reinforcement at the Sage School. So cute, but anyway. So we're moving on from really getting down into the weeds of how do we take a specific passion and get down to like working with the horses. So now we're stepping up to the 30,000 feet flight and really looking at culture. And Tayah's going to take us on a little trip, but again, we're going to go back into Tayah land, something she's going to love. Tayah Hamilton.
Hey y'all. So it's been a long day for everyone, but worry not. Like they always say, save the best for last. So I kind of struggled with coming up with a title for my ITri, and with little time to spare, I opened up suggestions to my friends. My friend Marin suggested this as my title. However, on the other hand, my friend Skylar suggested a short and sweet alternative, Korea. Unfortunately, that was my first idea, which Chris had already declined, so Skylar revised his suggestion, which now reads, Korea, in space. However, that too was declined by Chris, so what else was there to do than quiz the man himself on the subject? So Chris and I settled on this title, Korea. It's past, my future. So what did I do and why did I do it? I decided to do my ITri on studying Korean culture because next year I will be going to college at the University of Utah Asia campus in Incheon, South Korea. I took the opportunity of ITri to prepare myself for going to college. Hold on, I lost myself. Oh yeah. This project relates to both my sense of self and my sense of place. It relates to my sense of self because I have been interested in East Asian culture my whole life, as well as being half East Asian myself. And it relates to my sense of place quite literally, as South Korea is where I'll physically be later this year. This brings me to my thesis. Despite repeated invasions over the last 1,500 years, Korea has been able to preserve its autonomy through innovation in its agriculture, military, language, economy, and media. So I spent the research phase of my ITri researching Korean history and the instances of innovation that occurred throughout it. One early instance of Korea's innovative military strategies was the Battle of the Salsu River. The general in charge of fending off this invasion by the Sui dynasty of China was LG Munduk. The Sui vastly outnumbered LG's forces, so LG had to use a more innovative approach and use nature to win this battle. Other old innovative military accomplishments include inventions like the hwacha, one of the first weapons that utilized gunpowder, and turtle ships, believed to be the first armored ships. The concept of written language itself is innovative on its own. However, the Korean alphabet, Hangul, is a cut above the rest. Hangul is the newest writing system in the world, invented in 1443 by King Sejong. Each symbol in Hangul was designed to mimic the shape of the speaker's mouth, teeth, tongue, and throat when speaking, and can theoretically be used to write any human language in the world, regardless of pronunciation. A rather well-known display of innovation was South Korea's economic boom after World War II. This economic boom is referred to as the miracle on the Han River, and although dubbed a miracle, it was anything but that. When the 35 years of Japanese occupation in Korea finally ended, along with the end of World War II, Korea was divided into two separate countries. With the help of some foreign aid, South Korea took many steps to start rebuilding their economy. One of these steps was the implementation of chaebols. Chaebols translates to money faction or wealth clan in English, and they are family-owned conglomerates. The main chaebols are known as the Big Four, and they are Hyundai Motor Company, SK Group, Samsung, and LG. Because of the global spread of South Korean culture, especially in the United States, South Korea has become more mainstream. This spread of South Korean culture is called the Korean Wave. The Korean Wave started in the 1990s and is still going strong. And because of it, South Korea has become widely known for its music and television. The Korean Wave was no lucky accident. It was a very purposeful economic strategy. The spread of South Korean culture was made a top priority by the government to develop South Korea's soft power. Soft power is the intangible power a country wields through its public image, as opposed to hard power, usually defined as military and economic power. As somebody who spends a lot of my time drawing, I thought that my ITri would be incomplete without some element of art tied in. As my ITri is about Korean culture, I decided to attempt to replicate the style of traditional Korean paintings, and during my research phase, I discovered a few animals that symbolize a lot in Korean culture, namely tigers, magpies, and carp. Tigers are a symbol of strength and power and are seen as a guardian of the Korean people. Tigers are also often painted together with magpies, as opposed to in many European cultures where the magpie is seen as bad luck. In Korean culture, they represent good luck. Here is some examples of tiger paintings I found, and here's the one I made. And here's the magpie painting I made. Okay. And then the carp is seen as a dragon in transformation and symbolizes success, nobility, and filial piety. And here's my carp painting. I found the unique art style actually quite fun to mimic, and my paintings are available to see in the gallery in the lobby. Next, I decided to study one of the most popular exports from South Korea, K-drama. K-drama was a large part of the Korean wave, so I decided to watch a few to see what themes I could pick up on. I watched the shows My Name, The Uncanny Counter, All of Us Are Dead, and the movie Parasite. The common themes that were highlighted in all of them were the importance of family, groupthink mindsets, and the value of money in South Korea. The drastic wealth disparity caused by chaebols is showcased in a lot of Korean media, and it was the main plot point of Parasite. The next thing I did was try my hand at cooking some traditional Korean dishes. Bibimbap is a dish traditionally made with table scraps mixed together with rice. Sujibae, or hand-torn noodle soup, is a cheap and easy-to-make soup. Its noodles are made from dough that you tear by hand. This dish was favored by the poor who couldn't afford rice, but is still very popular among the financially stable. Kimchi is one of South Korea's staple foods and is eaten with almost every meal. In the past, communities would come together to make it before the winter. Kimbap is a dish that was likely derived from sushi during the Japanese occupation of Korea. Japchae is a noodle dish created in the early 17th century for King Gwaehaegon. And then mandu, or Korean dumplings, are believed to have been introduced to Korea through either the Mongolians or through the Silk Road. Regardless of where it came from, mandu have worldwide popularity. And then I made a quick vlog to show my cooking experience.
Hi guys, going to Boise today, do some shopping. I'm gonna do this vlog in case anything goes wrong. Man, what is that fine establishment? Bet some really cool people work there. Alright, I picked up this hooligan on the way. Alright, here we are. Yo. Shout out to University of Utah Asia Campus for inspiring this ITri. Alright, new day here. I'm gonna go to Winco, finish up my shopping. Alright, heading back. I'd say pretty successful. Was able to find everything I needed except for radishes for some reason, but I'll figure it out.
See, times like these is when it's nice to have connections. Alright, I'm back and ready to start cooking. Stuff but cooked. Food. Father.
Ta-da! Pretty good.
Today we're going to be making some soup. Okay, so the recipe calls for all-purpose flour. I didn't get any in Boise because I assumed that we had some because that's a normal thing to have in your house, but we don't. So hopefully this healthy knockoff does the trick. I'm also gonna make some kimchi too. Alright, so the whole wheat flour actually did not work at all. Here's the picture. And here's what I need. Okay, back to kimchi. Well, I hope the next 11 people to have a birthday like kimchi.
Well, it's a lot.
New day, so it's time for some japchae. Okay, so today I'm gonna try to make dumplings, but I don't actually know how to do that. So I enlisted some professional help.
And she bought the wrong yeast right off the bat, so we gotta go back to the store.
So it turns out there was yeast in the dough bag.
Who would have thought? Going through a crisis, but it's okay. Back at it again with the dumplings.
Look at that skill. The finesse!
You know, I am a pro mandu bao bun maker. That's me.
Thank you. So when I tell people that I'm moving to South Korea for college, they usually tell me one of two things. That I must be absolutely terrified and stressed out by moving that far away from my friends and family to a country whose language I don't understand, or that I must have a grand sense of adventure because I'm moving that far away from my friends and family to a country whose language I don't understand. But I don't feel like either of those. Moving from Ketchum, Idaho to pretty much anywhere else is going to be a culture shock, so I might as well move to the third largest city in South Korea, right? But I'm not just doing this on a whim. South Korea is where I want to go. Just because I don't just because I know the Korean wave was an economic strategy doesn't mean I didn't fall for it hook, line, and sinker. The music, television, webtoons, cuisine, I love it all. I did this project in order to help me better understand the country that I'm moving to in just 3 months, and I think that this project has helped me to prepare for what's to come. But I guess I won't know until I get there. Shout out to these people for making this ITri possible. Okay, just kidding. Questions? Nora?
I'm so excited. What are you most excited for Korea?
Okay, Nora asked what I'm most excited for in Korea. And I don't know, actually. I just like the food all the time, and I don't have to make it, and it'll like be good. Yeah. You? So she asked how much I know about the Korean language, and I know the letters in the writing system and a few words, but I'm not like, I can't like speak it. Kaden?
Do you like Squid Game?
Kaden asked if I like Squid Game. Yeah. Yes?
Will your classes be in English or in Korean at the University of Utah? Asian campus?
The question was whether my college classes are going to be in English or Korean, and the answer is in English. It's an American school in Korea for Koreans, but I'm going there. But it's in English, though, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Did you watch the shows in English or?
Okay, the question was whether I watched the shows in English, and I watched them with Korean audio with English subtitles. Asia?
I know that you've been working on Duolingo pretty hard, and I know that somebody else had asked about how much Korean you know. I was wondering if you could maybe give us a little bit of Korean, just for the audience.
She got you.
No. Lucas?
Why did you not choose Korea in space? And also, since you like Squid Game, would you participate in it?
Okay, the question was why I didn't choose the title Korea in Space and would I participate in Squid Game. The first one, I didn't choose Korea in Space because Chris said no. And then second, and that Chris was really right. Definitely not told to say that by Chris. And then would I participate in Squid Game? It depends how much debt I'm in. Yeah. Willa.
Was the history, like learning the history, was that more part of your research phase?
Mhm.
If so, is that something you want to keep doing? Was that like cool to you? Or is that history?
Willa asked if most of the history stuff was in my research phase and if I want to keep learning about that going forward. Yes, that was pretty much all in my research phase. I made a quick like note card timeline that's in the gallery. And going forward, I don't think so. Like, it was fun to learn about. I learned some cool things, but I don't think I'd like pursue that. Maggie.
You research this, but I'm curious about, you know, the Korean peninsula is split, North Korea and South Korea, and if like that presence and the military threat from North Korea has influenced, how it has influenced the culture, like in recent years.
The culture of South Korea? Yeah. Okay. So Maggie asked about the military threat of North Korea and how that influences the culture of South Korea. So in South Korea, it's mandatory for all men to do 2 years of military service, and so they focus a lot on keeping a strong military, and also being innovative and developing new like technology for warfare. Jacqueline?
Well, I have two questions. What was the favorite meal you made, and what is your current Duolingo streak?
Okay, first question by Jacqueline was, what was my favorite meal I made? I think my favorite meal that I made was, favorite meal of the result was the japchae, which was stir-fried noodles. Favorite meal following the process was the mandu, or the dumplings, where I had Preston's help. And then the second question Jacqueline asked was, what's my Duolingo streak? And that, as of 30 minutes ago, 604 days. Yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Okay, so the question was, what does that mean regarding Duolingo streak? So Duolingo's a mobile app for language learning, and then you can have your streak for each day that you practice. The reason why my streak is 604 days, but I don't really know anything, is because I was doing Japanese Duolingo for a really long time, and then I was moving to South Korea, so I thought that maybe that would be a priority, so I switched to Korean. Yeah.
Does 604 days mean you brought that on school trips?
So Chris asked me that if my streak was 604 days, if that meant I brought my phone on school trips. The answer is no. I did cheat a little. My stepmom usually takes my phone and does my Duolingo streak while I'm gone. Shout out to Martha Williams. Thank you, yep. So my father, who I didn't call on, asked me to talk about rice, and specifically referring to me burning rice, I think 3 times at my house. And it's not in my video because those 3 times were for personal reasons and not for ITri. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to start by asking all of them to come on stage with me. Not getting away that easy, Tayah. Yeah, just form a little line out there. This isn't the hard part of the day. First of all, I just want to honor and thank these guys for all the hard work they've done and for great models they've given to everybody in the audience, so nice work. And I want to get specific for a moment. You know, when I listen to them all and sort of reflect on what they've talked about, you know, we've heard about Eastern and Western knowledge, and if you live in the Western world, we're told that, you know, knowledge is rational and it's fact-based and all of this, but I think what we heard today is so much of it is about care. It's about care of self, care of others, including animals, care of our environment, and these guys have been practicing that. And they've been practicing that for 7 years, and they've been practicing it for the past 9 weeks. They've been demonstrating that the centrality of the whole human experience is really what it means to know something, and they've been living that. They practice curiosity. They've practiced critical and creative thinking, yes. They have given meaning to one of the other definitions of sage school. We have the plant, we also have the term wisdom, and so they have been practicing wisdom. They've been living it, they are sage. Our mission The first few words of it are, we honor adolescence. Today, we honor Willa, Lila, Nora, Maddox, Grace, Maddie, Tayah, and Reed. They are ready for the challenges ahead. They have had the moments of breakthrough. They have had moments of hard work. They are sage in all that word implies. Thank you for your work. Thank you all for coming.